Good evening and welcome to tonight's board meeting. It's our regular board meeting for Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023. As we come to order, we'd like to also take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Diné people. In keeping in mind our mission statement, our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. If you'd join me in standing and removing your hats, we'll do this Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Mrs. Richardson, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Smith,
Here.
Colonel Alvarado,
Here.
Colonel Siri,
Here.
Mrs. Burnett,
Here.
Mrs. Hardy,
Here.
Mrs. Matheson,
Here.
Miss Maradi,
Here.
Mrs. Smith,
Here.
Mrs. Sanderson is excused, and Mr. Dorn.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Great, thank you. So next on our agenda is the Fairbanks Principals Association 2023 Elementary Principal of the Year. The Fairbanks North Starborough Board of Education recognizes and honors Teresa Lesage, Anderson Crawford Elementary K-5 school principal, who is selected as the Fairbanks Principals Association for 2023 as the Elementary Principal of the Year. Corey Anthony, Ladd Elementary School Principal, will make the presentation, and I'll meet you over at the podium.
Good. Good evening. Is this good? I'm too short. How do you angle it? Oh, thank you. Yes, my name is Corey Anthony, and I am honored to present the Elementary Principal Award this evening to Teresa Lesage on behalf of the Fairbanks Principals Association. Teresa has a 26-year history with the district. She was an esteemed teacher at Anderson for 18 years and earned her national board certification during that time. She then decided to begin her administrative experience, and for the next 5 years, to say that Teresa worked pretty much everywhere is an understatement. I was fortunate enough to have her at Ladd for a brief amount of time while she was a district-wide elementary AP. She quickly stepped in to help with everything from discipline to training for classified staff members on safe and civil school practices. Teresa was always focused and eager to provide support. Her first year at Crawford as the principal was 2020 and 2021. If you've already forced that from your memory, that was a tough year. She took over leadership of a school just in time to also take on COVID. She led her school with consistency and dedication, and if that wasn't a challenge enough, this year she led her team through building a whole new school, Anderson Crawford. Here are some words that staff at her school have shared to help honor Teresa this evening. Mrs. Lesage puts a great amount of trust in her staff. She does an outstanding job leading by example. Teresa listens to my concerns and what I have to say and helps me come up with a solution. Teresa doesn't just tell me what to do, she helps and supports me with my thinking. Teresa also has an open door and is willing to listen. Teresa gives us lots of choices in our day. Teresa is always helpful. She puts others first. Teresa works with you so you understand what needs to be done, how to do it, and support you. She makes sure that you get the help that you need when you need it. She wants you to have success, and she always has a smile on her face. So congratulations to Teresa, our Elementary Principal of the Year. Congratulations.
have to say it's a pleasure walking around, touring the school with Teresa. She always knows what's going and introduces me to kids and teachers and staff, so it's wonderful. Okay, next, we have the Fairbanks Principals Association 2023 Secondary Principal of the Year. The Fairbanks North Stroboro Board of Education recognizes and honors Carly Sween, Lathrop High School Principal, who was selected as the Fairbanks Principals Association 2023 Secondary Principal of the Year. Clarice Mingo, Lathrop Assistant Principal, will make the presentation. If you'd come on up.
I've asked Linda Kane to join me as well. She's one of the assistant principals at the school also.
Good evening. It's a huge honor to be up here with such a wonderful administrator, educator for the school district. Carly Sween has been a dedicated educator in our district for 25 years. As principal of Lathrop for the past 6 years and AP for 3 years prior, she has been a consistently strong and positive presence at school. She is a great listener and problem solver and works closely with staff, students, and parents to make Lathrop a great place to learn and work. She makes the tough decisions that others are afraid to make, not because it is easy, but because she cares about the students and the Lathrop community.
That takes someone who is well-centered and follows guidelines, but can also look at situations on an individual basis and make decisions. Carly spearheaded the Innovations Academy, a district alternative program that is housed at Lathrop High School. Without her dedication to innovations, hundreds of students would have become high school dropouts. She is a huge supporter of helping students get to that graduation day, whether that is at Lathrop or via a different route. She has mentored many administrators, teachers, and paraprofessionals and helped their journeys lead to successes of growth and professionalism. She comes up with great ideas and encourages others to share their own ideas too. It is with great pleasure that I can present this award along with Linda Kane to Ms. Carly Sween, our administrator this year.
Would you like to share any words? No, I'm good. Oh, sure. Okay, we can do that. Again, it's such a pleasure with Carly to, when you visit, she's always extending the carpet, the welcome carpet, but takes you around and says, oh, you got to see this, and you got to see this, and it's always a pleasure. So next we have recognition of one of our board members. And so with the school board Fort Wainwright representative recognition, Colonel Nathan Surrey, Fort Wainwright U.S. Army Garrison, Alaska Commander, will be recognized for his service to the school board. I will make the introduction, and if you would come on up. One of the things that I wanted to comment on is that I was fortunate to be at the Colonel's change of command ceremony. It was the first one I'd ever gone to, so it was a great educational experience for me. But what really struck me there is the dignity of the ceremony itself, but also the personalism that was there and exhibited on all sides and by all parties. I going to the reception afterwards and watching you take over that leadership role. Maybe I shouldn't say take it over, but step into it. But the conversations, watching you with your comrades, your colleagues, the respect that was very, very obvious there within the group, having a chance to meet your wife and your daughters, chatting with your mother and father, especially your father, who's a retired principal himself. And so we did swap stories and talked a little bit about what he expected from you. And you talked about what you had to, when he was principal, what you had to do. So you have brought a lot to the board perspective. And I know we just started and then went Zoom, and you were there, but it also meant that we had opportunities when you were even off out of town that you were able to Zoom in very often, and we really, really appreciated that. That shows your dedication and interest for students here. And the fact that you have your daughters here going to school, being part of our community, we're thrilled to understand that you will stay part of our community when you change command, but we really wanted to say thank you for your advice, your perspective that you've shared these last several years. And before I give you a chance to say a few words, if you'd like, I want to give a chance for board members, if anybody would like to comment on Colonel Surrey at this time. Ms. Hardy?
Colonel Surrey, I wrote this ahead of time. It has been a pleasure to serve with you on the Board of Education this past year. Thank you for your time and dedication to our country and to the Fairbanks North Star Borough. As a pilot's wife, I know just how excited you are to be returning to the cockpit. So my husband helped with this. Keep the blue side up, and we wish you clear skies and tailwinds.
Ms. Moretti?
Colonel Surrey, thank you for your service, not just to our nation, but to our community, to our school district. I believe the Army's motto, and forgive me, my memory is Coast Guard, so if I get it wrong, I apologize, but is this we will defend. Not only did you defend our country, but you defended the rights, privileges, and responsibilities of being on our board, and thank you for that.
Ms. Burnett?
Colonel Surrey, thank you very much for being on our board. It has been a pleasure to get to know you, to have conversations with you, to listen to your perspective over the last couple years, and just your dedication to this board has been absolutely respectable, not only to our board, but to our country. So just thank you so much, and I wish you the best in everything.
I want to say Pumba, Colonel Pumba. Alvarado, Colonel Alvarado, thank you.
That's perfectly okay. Colonel Surrey, it has been a pleasure sitting next to you, and I've learned a lot from you, even though you don't think. I was actually listening to you. And I will tell you that maybe, just maybe, if there had been more Army people like you in 1947, maybe we wouldn't have left. Maybe.
Okay. Mrs. Smith?
Thank you. Thank you for your service to the board, Colonel Surrey. Thank you for all you endured from this board during COVID. You were steadfast through all of that drama, and I appreciate all the time that you've committed to us. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Matheson?
Thank you so much for Colonel Surrey for especially when we weren't seeing eye to eye and having those hard conversations and actually having those conversations and not just arguing about it. So thank you so much.
Mrs. Moline?
Thank you. And thank you, Colonel Surrey, for your service, not just to our district, but to our country. And I appreciate the time that you've spent here on the board and all of the conversations that we've had when it's come to working with a school on post and a school that is sometimes having different views. I appreciate the conversations and your ability to see all sides and have a good conversation. And I also appreciate that you come from a family of an educator. And when it comes to that, to you, I say you can run, but you can't hide from your roots in education. So thank you for your service, and I just wish you and your family all the best.
So the three big words: be brief, be gone, and maybe be brilliant. That's what I promise you right now. So This is tough. It's always hard to say goodbye, you know, as an official capacity. But like you said, we're going to retire in Alaska. I'm still in negotiations of where, but she's turning towards Fairbanks again. So I'm you know, it's a tug of war. We're getting closer, but this is our home. You know, I left Ohio when I was 18, so I've been all over the map. But I've returned here for the second time. Started my career here and came back. So. I truly love it. My daughters, if you didn't know this, attended ICS last year, but they're going to Tanana Lad this year. And that is because of the trust I have. I loved ICS, don't get me wrong, but I trust this school district. And so Alicia and I'm just telling you that, you know, we're putting our kids in this school district because we trust it. And part of that's just because of the discussions I've had and people I've met. And I believe in it. And you're right. I am the son of a 37-year principal, and there's some scar tissue there, but all in a good way. He shaped me, and I have a special place for all of you, not only the board but all the educators. I understand. Believe me, I understand the sacrifices that you all make. So in many ways, we're very similar, both the military and the educators, right? We don't do it for the money. That's for daggone sure. I once did my hourly wages when I was downrange, and it was like $7 an hour, literally, and that wasn't too long ago. But thank you for being friendly. Thank you for being professional. Thank you for supporting our community. General Eifler and I both say all the time, this is the #1 military community we have ever been a part of, and between the two of us, that's over 57 years of service. So thank you very much.
Don't go away yet. Okay. And I have to say that one of the major things that the picture in my mind when I think of you is when he was cutting the cake after the change of command, and he walked in, and this major sword saber comes out and flying down, a beautiful cut, I must say. And we did want to give you something. We had discussed whether we, you know, what sort of a masculine bouquet would be like, but we thought the important thing is you need to bring this to the person who hopes to support you every day.
100%.
And so maybe this will sway that decision. I don't know, but I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We truly appreciate it.
And, and even though we're going to make you work tonight, we still got a chance to make everybody sad. It's not getting away from walking the line. So, okay. So next we have the board student representative recognition and introduction of new student representative. Olivia Smith, North Pole High School student and the student representative on the school board, will be recognized for her service on the school board for the 2022-2023 school year. And Raul Lopez, Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School student, will be seated as the new student representative for the 2023-2024 school year. CSA Karen Moline will make a presentation and help me up here. And so we'll first recognize Olivia Smith, and if I could have Olivia and Ms. Moline come on up.
Well, it's been a privilege to serve alongside Olivia this last year as she was the student rep on the board. But I have memories of Olivia before she became a student rep, when she would come to board meetings, totally not required, and sit in the back of the room and watch the board do business and learn and find out how things worked, and she still chose to be the board representative. So I appreciate that. I appreciate her attitude of learning and her desire to learn. She's an interesting person, just all on her own. She has a variety of different interests. I've been fortunate to be the recipient of her skills in the culinary arts. She's skilled in that area. She's involved in sports, theater, music, and still finds time to work with children in an after-school program. She's not only an interesting person, but she's an interested person. If you have a conversation with Olivia, she's interested to hear from you and about you and asks thoughtful questions on issues and people. So she's an interested person. Over the course of her tenure here on the board, I've watched Olivia learn about issues and grapple with difficult topics. She's thoughtful and compassionate. She's kind in her words and passionate on the issues that are important to her. She's a real person of character, and character matters. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of education." And Olivia, you are an example of a truly educated person who can think critically and intensively and bring character to every conversation. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
One of the things I was thinking as we were recognizing tonight our student reps, realizing that actually Fairbanks was one of the very first districts and school boards to have a student rep permanently on their board. So I think that says a lot for our district and our community. The other thing I kept thinking about and thinking about Olivia is that over the years, watching student reps come back as teachers, as principals, healthcare workers, business people, parents that you meet on the playground with their kids, so many people within our community that have served in this role as student rep and have come back to continue to serve. That's not to take away from those who wound up going elsewhere, perhaps in the military, and perhaps other jobs, family things, but they've taken that experience. Olivia, I want to say that it has really been a pleasure watching you. I had the same visual that Ms. Moline mentioned, of watching you sitting in the back there and taking it all in. Hearing the stories of what your involvements, not only within North Pole High School, within our community, within the state and student government there. And the big thing that strikes me has been you are your own person. You have represented students well. You've brought their voice to the fore, but you've also used your own voice. And you've distinguished yourself among us as a board so that we've been benefited from your perspective, your thoughts on things, and really want to thank you for sharing that with us. So I am going to give Olivia the chance to have the last word, but before that, I'd like to invite the board to share their comments. Mrs. Matheson's.
Olivia, you have been such a ray of sunshine on this board. I am so grateful to get to know you, to get to talk to you, and I love your enthusiasm. Don't let anyone stop you from being enthusiastic. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mrs. Burnett.
So I told myself I wasn't going to cry, but I'm already doing it. So, Olivia, you are just a ray of sunshine. I'm so proud of you, and you're not even my daughter, and I'm just so stinking proud of everything you do, everything you say, how you keep everything and everyone in your perspective, and it's just the most beautiful thing I think I've ever seen anybody do. And I know that you're going to go off. I'm sorry, I'm crying like a baby. I know you're going to go off and do great things, and your mom should be so stinking proud of you because, man, you're just wonderful, and I love you, and I'm going to miss the crap out of you.
Ms. Marotti.
I think Ms. Burnett's crying enough for both of us. But I did write down so that I'm brief. Olivia, while you were here in Fairbanks, you experienced greatness all around you, even if you didn't notice, but I think you did. You got to witness the youngest person in history receive the Nobel Peace Prize, and that was for children's rights to education, no less. You saw more than 5 million people globally march in protest for women's rights. And you had the privilege of seeing Kamala Harris be elected to the 49th vice president seat, becoming the first woman to serve as vice president. And I have no doubt in my mind that you are going to accomplish great things, just like these strong women that have achieved greatness before you. Thank you for your service to this board, and best wishes with whatever you choose next.
Ms. Hardy?
Olivia, I wrote this down too, because I don't cry when I write it down. It's hard to clearly articulate just what a pleasure it has been to serve on the board with you this year. Your thoughtful consideration of all matters that have come before us have been both enlightening and also give me so much hope for the future. Your kindness and compassion for your community and your fellow students from all walks of life is evident to everyone around you. As an educator, it gives me so much hope for our profession to know that young adults like yourself will soon be entering the classroom, and I know you will undoubtedly change the lives of the students and our world for the better. Thank you for your service to our community and your passion for making a positive impact on the world around you. I look forward to the day I can call you a fellow educator and a colleague, and I wish you nothing but the very best as you embark on this next chapter of life.
Okay. Colonel Alvarado?
We keep saying Olivia, so you probably feel scolded right about now. But that's not the intent. What's her middle name? Len? Olivia Len. It has been such a pleasure to get to know you in the short time, and just to hear your insight. And it's really awesome to have someone look at things differently. Probably when you look at our generational and our age differences, to see things differently, and that's exactly what we need. We'll always need it in this country. We needed it a lot. So it's good to know that our country is safe, because if you're representative of what our future represents, then I think we're going to be okay. Thank you.
So I'll try to give you the best compliment I can, because that's what you deserve. I would take you right now and let you lead my daughters into combat. Thanks.
Mrs. Smith.
Okay. So, let me see. I did write a note also. Okay. Honor your father and mother is a commandment of the Lord. And one of the best ways to honor your parents is to behave honorably at all times in the world, and to be a person who is respected, praised, and clothed with strength and dignity. Olivia is my daughter, which some people might not know, since we don't really look the same, and our last name is Smith. I'm still surprised, like just the last meeting, someone said, "Oh, I wondered about that." I never asked. In her service on this board and in all aspects of her life, Olivia has honored me with her upright behavior, kind wisdom, and dedicated work ethic. She has learned and grown and come into her own over the last several years, and it's been amazing to watch. Even when we disagreed on issues presented to the board, we were always able to have meaningful debate and help each other see our positions more clearly and civilly disagree. And that's more than I can say for most adults. I have valued all of the student voices on this board over the last 3 years, and I'm sure the new student rep will continue the long history of challenging the community and the board to see things differently and to see things through the student lens. Thank you for your representation of the student's voice, Olivia.
All right, I have like bullet points that I was going to talk about. This could be, I could say a lot of formal things, but I'm going to try and keep it casual. I first off wanted to say that when I first joined the board, I came into Miss Tuttle's office for the welcome to the board intro meeting thing, and she gave me a binder that was the welcome to the board binder. And at the time, I was going through this organized binder phase, and I knew as soon as I got that binder, I got in my car and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna love it here. I'm gonna have so much fun. I'm gonna get to learn so much stuff, and I'm gonna get to talk to people, and it's gonna be so cool." And it really was. It's been such an amazing time here, and I can't wait to see where Raul goes with it. I also wanted to say, this is just a personality trait of mine, is that I really enjoy complimenting people. So I just wanted to say, I come here every single meeting and I just look at the administrative team's outfits and I love all of them. Like Miss LaPlante, Miss Moline, Miss Beam, you're dressed today. Oh my gosh. It's just fantastic. And I really love the environment here. I also wanted to say that I wanted to say a couple thank yous. I wanted to say thank you to all of the administrative team, Mr. Beam, Mrs. Beam, Mr. Minor, Mr. DeGraw, Miss Moline, Miss Richardson, for all being such amazing people and answering any questions that I ever had. And it's really important that those questions continue to be answered for everyone. I also wanted to say thank you to my principal, Miss Spillane, I've constantly been able to just go and talk to her about stuff and ask her questions. And I finally wanted to say not finally, I wanted to say thank you to all the staff that I've asked questions to, because they have really enlightened me on a lot of situations. And then I finally wanted to say thank you to my mom for supporting me through everything, paying for my gas to get here, and for our fantastic debates coming home sometimes when we carpool. And then I just wanted to say it has truly been such a pleasure to be a part of this board, and I can't imagine how it would have been if I didn't have a personal relationship with a board member, because there's so many questions that I had that I would just randomly text my mom at night and just be like, what is this? What is this acronym for? And I could have it answered super quick. And it was really helpful. And so I encourage the board to mentor the new rep. And with that, I think Raul is going to do a fantastic job. He is really just so great. I was thinking about how my time was coming to an end, and I was thinking, oh, who's going to take my place? I really hope it's Raul. And then he did. So I think you're going to do great. So that's all I have. Thank you.
And I'd like to invite Mr. Bruce Bell, who's principal of Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School, and Mr. Raul Lopez to come on up to the podium.
Well, good evening, everyone. That's a tough act to follow with tears, so maybe I'll lighten it up just a little bit. Colonel Siri, thank you for your service, and I think we probably come up the ranks on number 1 or number 2 in May, June. Maybe December, January might not have been up on the top of the list for places to retire to in Alaska, but hopefully your retirement would be perfect for June, and so we're still on that top of that list, but thank you for your service. It is my pleasure to introduce Raul Lopez, an incoming student representative here for the school board. He'll be a senior this year at Ben Eielson. He transferred to Eielson as a freshman and has been participating in our student council ever since. And this next year, he'll be our student body president for the 2nd year in a row. He's been active in Region 6 Student Council at the state level, went to the state conferences, has really been a voice of reason, and comes with lots of questions, looks for solutions, doesn't shy away from difficult tasks or difficult questions. Sometimes he's come into my office and asked those, but I've never called for him to come into my office. But no, just really impressed with his demeanor. He's going to represent and be a great voice as a student rep, and I really think this is just great things to come. This is just the next step. But congratulations, Raul.
It's always a big part of the ceremony, when the name tags switch, and we really appreciate it. And Earl takes his seat, and actually his job starts right now.
I'm not impressed yet.
Sorry. So next we have the 2023 Alaska History Day winners. History Day is an American academic competition focusing on history for students in grades 6 through 12. The Alaska History Day state first place winners for 2023 will be recognized. Michelle Dammel, curriculum coordinator for teaching and learning, will make the presentation.
Good evening. National History Day is a program that inspires in American students a passion for history. Every year, more than 500,000 children from across the country compete in this event. Students work individually or in small groups to choose a topic that relates to an annual theme. They conduct research, and then they develop an entry in one of 5 presentation categories: research paper, performance, documentary film, exhibit, website, all to tell a human story. This year's theme was Frontiers in History, People, Places, and Ideas. The Fairbanks History Day was established in 1998. The University of Alaska Department of History and the Arthur Fathauer Endowed Chair in History, plus Maida Buckley and Terrence Cole, were dedicated to promoting history in the Fairbanks community and in Fairbanks students. Fairbanks History Day in-person competition was held February 20th to the 24th at Pioneer Park. The Alaska History Day competition was held virtually in the month of April, and the winners were announced April 14th. This year, over 800 Alaskan students participated in National History Day in classrooms from the Seward Peninsula, Aleutian Islands, interior, the Anchorage area, and beyond. 81 students participated in the statewide contest from Fairbanks and presented their research on a wide range of Alaskan, American, and world history topics. The school district and Teaching and Learning would like to thank Rebecca Heaton from the UAF History Department, because she does a lot of work in sponsoring this event for many years. And also, a thank you has to go out to history teachers in our district for promoting social studies skills. This evening, we want to recognize the Fairbanks students who placed first at the Alaska State History Day competition. These students also have been invited to participate in the Natural History Day competition in June in Washington, D.C. So we will start, and I have to say that I was cleaning out my basement, and I still have my Children's History Day projects from 20 years ago, and I haven't gotten rid of them yet. Anyhow, my husband keeps asking, but we're not going to. So the Alaska History Day first one I'd like to recognize in the junior individual documentary is Yusra Kasure from West Valley High School. Is she here? Come on up, and once we get everyone up here, we'll take a picture. We'll have you stay up here, and then we'll invite all the other people too. Second one we want to recognize is the junior individual exhibit. Oh, I forgot to say what her project was on. It's called A Diverse Platform, Ella Fitzgerald. The junior individual exhibit, The Music of the Harlem Renaissance, from Amal Shubar from Ryan Middle School. The first place individual website, The Significance of Alice Paul, One Woman Influencing Equality, by Bailey Graga from North Pole High School. Senior individual exhibit, A Race into Space, a competition between 2 Cold War rivals, Nate Elsner from West Valley High School. The senior group website, Horace Mann, Frontiers in Education, by Renee Peterson and Owen Merrill of West Valley High School. And the senior group exhibit, the All-American Route to Interior Alaska, the Valdez to Fairbanks Trail, Molly and Elizabeth Cable from West Valley High School. And before we send you to shake everyone's hand, they'll raise your hand, who's going to nationals? Is there anyone that's going to make the travel to DC? Yay. Well, best of luck. We hope you do very well. So yeah, you can walk around and do the handshake, and congratulations.
Always wonderful to do those recognitions of the work of our students and our educators. Next is the adoption of the agenda. By consensus, the consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board unless removed from the consent agenda. Asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. Can I have a motion, please?
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items by consensus.
Second.
Okay. Okay. So seeing no objection, the agenda is adopted with the consent items. That brings us to public comments on reports and non-agenda items. Public comments on reports and non-agenda items are limited to 2 minutes per person for a maximum of 1 hour. People who have signed up in advance through the school board office to testify in person or by Zoom will be called upon first, and if time remains, anyone else who is in person will be invited to testify until the 1 hour time limit has been reached. A person testifying shall state their full name, spelling their last name, and give their city of residence for the record. Board members may ask questions for clarification. Although there is time at the end of each meeting for school board and chief school administrator comments, some concerns may not be able to be addressed immediately as additional information may need to be gathered. So first on my list is Sandy Ryan. Thank you. If you'd state your name, spell your last name, and give your area of residence. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Ryan. I'm a 36-year teacher of high school mathematics and computer science, currently serving as the president of the Fairbanks Education Association. My last name is spelled R-Y-A-N. I was hopeful that when you, as our school board, moved to an executive session to discuss negotiations, that maybe, just maybe, communication was coming forward. That was 8 days ago. I've heard nothing. I'm sure that you are all keenly aware that the Mat-Su certificated staff was awaiting arbitration's decisions from their district, and then the district imposed their last offer on the association. The association notified their entire bargaining unit quickly, over 1,200 people, and organized a strike vote before the teachers were gone for the summer. Over 90% of the unit voted. Those that participated in that vote, less than 100 voted in the negative for the strike. Our current union has been accused of fear-mongering by a borough assembly member. Please know that my purpose is never, never to put fear in anyone's heart. It's absolutely the opposite. I want your eyes wide open. I want you to be aware that our educators in this district are just as committed to having a fair and just contract than those that are in Matsu. We are hopeful that as leadership turns and changes, you will return to the table with fresh eyes. I bring to Luke Meinert tonight some postcards from FEA and ESSA asking him just that. Come back to the table, bring your team, give them direction, give us a fair and respectable agreement for your employees, your students, and your community.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Barnett?
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Ryan. You talk a lot about strikes, and I know that it's in the paper. And my curiosity, what does that timeline look like? I mean, is that something that you're really considering? We've got a lot on the table here, and we're trying the hardest that we can to do what we can here for our students with a budget situation that we're in, so.
The very last thing that any educator wants, whether it's here or Matsu or Philadelphia, is to be on strike. We want to be in the classroom with our kids. We want to have the very best we can for students. Strikes, at least here, work something like this. And granted, we've never had one in Fairbanks, so I'm doing this only what my experts tell me. So I'm relying upon people that have been through this in other places, such as Kenai or Anchorage and Matsu now. We go through the negotiation process, and when that moment is declared that we have to go into mediation because we can't seem to make ends meet, timelines really start kind of moving. We hope the mediation process will give us the result that we want. We're really hoping that that's going to be all right, we've come to agreement, we found the language that we need, and we're going to make this work, and we're going to be in the classroom with our kids. But if that fails, and then what happens next is we file for arbitration. We're at kind of the mercy of their timeline. So whenever we can get on their calendar. As we all know, we're on the arbitrator's calendar for early August. That's where we sit now. We usually meet for 2 days, maybe 3, a limited amount of time. The arbitrator speaks to the parties separately and tries to figure out, again, what is that common ground? We have something called non-binding arbitration because you as the school board have to approve the agreement between the association and the district, and our members have to approve the agreement between the association and the district. And so if that fails, if we either do not come up with something that the 2 teams agree upon and present to the 2 parties that approve, then we are in kind of a rock and a hard place. So that is when usually that strike vote is taken. And again, it's the very last thing any of us wants. We do not want to go on strike. We do not want to have a strike in Fairbanks. We have historically been able to see eye to eye. The arbitrator's decision comes back within 30 to 90 days, but the arbitrators try to get that back within 30 days. So you look at August, you move through September, and so, somehow it's going to be sometime late September, early October, maybe into November. But we've got time, but why don't we settle it before we go back in August? Bring your team back together.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. Thank you. Allison Curry. Thank you. If you'd state your name, spell your last name, and give your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Allison Curry, C-U-R-R-Y, and I live in Fairbanks. Older students in our district are suffering in the aftermath of balanced literacy. Even though Alaska's
a little bit closer to the mic.
sorry. Even though Alaska's literacy blueprint is alive and in motion, we cannot forget about the older students who we've already started on a journey that has a dark ending for many. Nationwide data tells us that struggling readers in middle school make up the bulk of behavior referrals, suspensions, and chronic absenteeism cases. Excuse me. We usually allocate SEL or prevention resources to address these obstacles of learning outcomes. But what if we gave them the one tool they need to feel successful in class and not embarrassed and itching to disrupt? What if we took away the one stressor that keeps them from wanting to even walk in the classroom or get on the bus? What if we stopped adding things and just taught them how to read at grade level? Disruptive behavior impacts everyone in a classroom, not just the teacher. By intentionally helping students read independently at or even closer to grade level, you positively impact everyone in that room, even the successful readers. Middle school is the perfect time for this adjustment without credit requirements for graduation. Making a sixth grader who cannot sound out the word civilization take sixth grade social studies is ridiculous, but we do it every single day. We should stop everything for a semester, send them through a progression of foundational skills, decodable passages, progress monitoring, so that they can independently read the assigned texts in all of their classes for the next 6 years. This is possible. What we're making them do every day is impossible. As leaders, we have to be willing to be uncomfortable. In middle level education, we call this productive struggle. I'd love it if you would explore options to use intentional, explicit literacy instruction as a tool to reduce disruptive behavior in secondary school settings. This won't last forever. Middle school students need all of us to be bold and insist that they are literate, productive members of our community after they graduate.
Thank you. Let me see if there's any questions. Mrs. Matheson?
Hi, Mrs. Curry.
Hi, Ms. Matheson.
I think I need a little more explanation on how can we put something together? Like, who would you need to work with to put something together to help our middle schoolers? Like, what steps should we be taking?
Well, it's going to take a little bit of thinking outside the box. Middle school it runs a very tight master schedule, as any administrator will tell you, and teachers as well. I think that the first thing I would say is that we would need to think about what a day would look like from a student's point of view. So here's a scenario. If I said, well, we're going to create a second period class, and these sixth graders that are reading at a first grade level are going to go spend 50 minutes with Mrs. Curry, and she's going to teach them digraphs, and then they're going to go to sixth grade science. Then they still aren't able to comprehend anything. So what I say is that we figure out a way to actually stop every single other thing that student is trying to do at the school for a short amount of time and give them explicit instruction. Because this can be done, but it takes something very intentional, but it also takes human beings. I don't think that it's something that's going to happen right away. But what I want everybody to remember is we cannot blame literacy issues in 6th, 7th, and 8th graders on COVID, because it happened at the end of their 3rd grade year. They should have already had all of those foundational skills. They should have already been readers, and they weren't. And so now in middle school, we're kind of suffering through that, and it's really wreaking some havoc. So I just want everybody to think about the connection between behavior and literacy. And we can sit and put kids in ISS all day and make them do work they cannot do. Why don't we use ISS as a place to give them some sort of literacy intervention? I mean, that's what I'm trying to think of. It's just some solutions, because what we're doing right now is not working. And every middle school teacher in here will tell you that.
Okay, I'm going to ask, just in terms of no applause, simply because we want to make sure we keep things moving along. Ms. Marati?
I've got a follow-up.
Thank you so much for bringing in what sounds like an innovative but also already successful idea to us. Would you be able to email your testimony to me so that I can read it slower and digest it and then follow up with you about it?
Absolutely. I'm going to email it to all you guys.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
I'm going to go back to Ms. Matheson for a follow-up, and then to Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Okay, so we're removing them from the classroom, immersing them in literacy, getting them up to speed, but how do we keep them up to speed when where they left off?
I guess when I think of that scenario, I think you're assuming that if we don't do that, that they're making any progress, because they're just not. I mean, they're not. They're not. If we left them in the class, they're not making any progress. So I guess my answer is there isn't any catching up, because they're not really getting behind, because they're not going to be they're not going to be making any progress without those skills. And it's not something, this isn't something that they're just going to figure out, right? We know enough about reading now that we know it's not just going to come to them one day in the middle of the day. They're just going to all of a sudden go, oh, metamorphosis, I can sound it out now. We have to work through it very systematically, but I think we know enough about reading instruction now that we can figure out where kids are with good screeners, which we know exists now, and our district will start using with our little kids. But we have this huge amount of kids in grades 6 through 12 that we're just going to, shuffle along. And I just feel like if we have behavior issues in our district, we can there's a connection between those two things. We owe it to them to give them the tool that they need, because they're skipping class because they're embarrassed, and they're not getting on the bus, and they don't want to go to school because it's the worst place to be when you can't read. So I feel like, what is the other option? Leave them in class where they just are having a hard time doing anything? I guess that's my thing, is neither scenario is great, right? But I feel like we have to do something, figure out something. I don't know that I have the solution, but I just want to have you guys have the connection between behavior and literacy. I want you to just keep that always in your head.
Ms. Hardy?
Thank you for bringing this to the board. As an educator and a special educator and a middle school educator, I so appreciate that you've taken the time to do this. So question, since we're only supposed to ask clarifying questions right now, is do you feel that a lot of these kids are unidentified and could be identified for special education, or is the lack of appropriate instruction, which would be the disqualifying factor to say that then they could receive SPED services?
I feel like most of them probably wouldn't qualify. Like, I think we're talking about the kids that are on the bubble above that. There's this middle land of kids that are they're not going to qualify under whatever model you want to use. So I don't feel like they're unidentified. I just feel like they have a really low literacy level that we could probably solve in a semester, or at least get them closer to grade level and just give them so much more power.
So you're saying they're sixth graders though, and they're pre-decoding, so they're not able to decode.
There are some that exist, yes.
And but then we don't think they would qualify for SPED. And that is a question that I would then hope through the administration to the chair that we could also address.
Thank you very much for your testimony tonight. It does food for thought.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Next, I have Danielle Logan. If you'd state your name, spell your last name, and give area of residence, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Logan, Logan, and I reside in Fairbanks. I have had the honor of serving as the president for the last 2 years. And I first want to thank the school board for their hard work they did testifying and advocating to the borough for the money the district needed. It was not an easy task. I would also like to thank Mr. DeGraw and Ms. Mullane for standing up for support staff. Thank you. As you know, we cannot run a school without our support staff. Second, I want to touch on retention. We need to think about how we are going to retain the employees we already have. I went out to several sites over the last couple of weeks. I was talking to a substitute, and she asked me the question, why should I come to the work for the district full time when I make more as a sub than I would getting hired on full time? I've had SM members say, I'm thinking about quitting my job and becoming a sub because I can make more subbing than I can in right now. Let's work together as administration, school board, staff, and make these full-time positions desirable. The other thing is the number of support staff that are leaving the district and retiring. When I was talking with different SM members, one SM member told me she didn't want to retire, but after 30 years, she was going to because she didn't know how negotiations were going to play out, and she was scared. Now she's gone, and with her institutional knowledge and the familiar supportive face for students. Please watch what is going on in Matsu. We aren't that far behind them. Nobody wants to strike. Nobody wants an imposed contract. But when the time comes, we will take that strike vote. Our staff cannot continue to be worn down. Finally, I would like to say welcome, Mr. Meinert, and congratulations, Luke. I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Let's see if there's any. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Koya Truax. Sorry if I mispronounced. So if you'd state your name, spell your last name, and give your area of residence, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm Koya Truax. My last name is spelled Truax, and I reside in Fairbanks. Dear school board members, my name is Koya Truax, and I just finished my 6th year of teaching at my school. It has been a joy to work with the students and families in this district. I, like many of my colleagues, have been frustrated at the lack of respect and effort by the district to create a fair agreement for a contract for both FEA and ESSA. We have been working with expired contracts for a year now. We are your frontline workers. We are the ones that create the learning environments for students to thrive. We are the ones that students and families see and work with when they walk into the doors of the schools within our district. We are the ones that put in countless hours to make sure each child has what they need to learn and to be successful. Next year, my daughter will be starting kindergarten. This is an exciting time for us as my daughter is starting her educational journey. She is so excited to meet her new teacher in the fall and to start school. As we prepare our daughter for the upcoming school year, I find myself reflecting about the teachers that will be part of her journey. I thought I was frustrated before, but now I'm furious as a future parent of a student in this district. Like other parents in this district, I want my child to receive a quality education. This starts with her teachers. I'm seeing amazing colleagues of mine talking about leaving the district. Our district has not put in an effort to retain their current teaching staff. It doesn't matter if you have the fanciest curriculum if you don't have the staff with the qualifications and expertise to support it. The teaching methods and success of a first-year teacher versus a veteran teacher is substantial. As I've stated before, your educators are your frontline workers. We are the ones that students interact with on a daily basis. It is time that the district starts seeing teachers as an investment and not as an expense. The teachers and support staff in our district deserve the respect of having a fair contract. Our students' families and my daughter deserve it. The education of our students is an investment, and it starts with their teachers. One of the things that educators are told when they are frustrated and are thinking about leaving the profession is to remember their why. It's time for the school board, administration, and school district bargaining team to remember their why. Teachers are an investment, not an expense. The students in our district deserve to have a quality education. After all, the age-old saying is you get what you pay for.
Thank you. Let's see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So we do have time. If there's anybody else who would like to come up and testify, come on up.
My name's Jerome Baxter.
Okay, I'll wait until you get to the mic
up here,
so
all
we
right.
can get in. You know the routine. Great.
All right, my name's Jerome Baxter. I'm a first grade teacher at Pearl Creek Elementary. I'm also a parent, so I'm speaking as a teacher, but also as a parent.
If you
I just want
spell
to
your
point out
last-
that whenever,
sorry,
what's
If
that?
you could just spell your last name and give us the area of residence, and then you'll.
EAX, like X-ray, TER, and Fairbanks, Alaska. Can we start my time over on that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. All right, so anyways, I'm coming to the school board here meeting to just point out just a few things, 2 things. Regarding the school district's contract, negotiation is the key word I want y'all to think about, just negotiations. The other thing is, before I even begin, if we're on cell phones and laptops, I'd like everyone, if I could get their full attention, as they would expect me to give them. Negotiations. Negotiation means that we're going to come to a table and we're going to talk about things civilly and exchange ideas. What I've heard back here and seen in the last 13 years I've been a teacher in the school district, I've never seen what I've seen in the last 2 negotiated meetings. The rude and ill-mannered behavior from some of the people that represent from our district talking to my union in a way that is so condescending, I would think they're getting ready to get into some kind of a fight in a high school, parking lot. That's number 1. Negotiation is what we're talking about here. Now, this is not about the new superintendent. The new superintendent, I'm happy as a Dickens that Mr. Luke is here, but I appreciate that. But what I want to talk about is the school district took time to negotiate a contract for this individual, and we want him here. And I hope that he will have the tenacity or whatever it takes, the motivation to get our district on task with this rude and ill-mannered behavior towards us, and also come up with a contract that we can agree on. Just like we're said, I'm going to refer over to our Army soldiers, gentlemen, 89 to 92, Charlie Company 49. Charlie Company was always in the trenches, and I get the idea, but we were left behind a lot. We still got the job done. We are the teachers. We're the ones out there in the trenches all the time fighting, and we go on and on. Maybe this will fall on deaf ears. Bottom line is, we need to get it squared away. We're doing everything we can, and I don't know what else to say about it other than you can't really want teachers to come and stay in the district with that kind of attitude and that kind of behavior coming from our professional, so-called district professionals. That's that. I only have well, I'm over with. May I just take 10 more seconds? Just 10.
Just wrap it up, please.
Please, thank you. I am. Okay, well, as far as reading is concerned, we need tutors. Bottom line, I have invited many people from our, I know we're not supposed to mention names here, but from our HR staff. Some have shown up over the years just to see what it takes.
And I will ask you to
Teachers,
wrap it up.
I'm wrapping it up. Teachers put a lot of time in. We only have a certain amount of time in a day. So reading tutors is what we need. So thanks for your time. But remember, your actions are
Let me
going to
see if there-
dictate, and y'all have the
I'm sorry,
ability
I'm gonna
to
have to call
leverage
time.
the districts
Sorry,
and
I have to
things.
call
I'm
time.
done, thanks.
There it is. Okay, let me see if any questions. Okay,
It should be 3 minutes, not 2. 3 minutes.
Mr. Baxter?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Baxter?
Yep.
Would you take, we have some questions?
I got you. I saw that. Thanks.
Okay, Mrs. Matheson?
That's why I got those.
Mr. Baxter, you're saying that teachers don't have enough time during the day, and I understand that 100%. How are you engaging parents, or how can we engage parents? Because I take literacy in my house very seriously. We would read every single night. My boys, they listen to audiobooks now during the day while they're doing their chores. How do we engage more parents to participate in their children's literacy when we only get about 12% parent participation in our surveys?
That is an outstanding question. I do have an answer for that. I also have some evidence that if anybody ever wants to come to the classroom at Pearl Creek 103, I can show you the evidence I've collected over the years. When the parents come into the classroom at the start of the year, I lay out, I show them what we have. We basically have about 5 hours in the day after we have lunch, recess, and specials, not to mention transitions from one class to another, in addition to the little fires, boogers, crying, kids coming in late, kids absent from school for 30 to 50 days at a time. I have evidence for that, by the way. What we need to do is we get the parents, I say, parents, this is what we can do. I'm one teacher. I get a lot on the plate. I'm not complaining. Everyone who knows me knows I'm not a lazy man. I wasn't always a teacher. I came in from as a mechanic, working. Just give me a shovel and I'll dig a ditch faster than the people that are digging it with the excavator. So what we do is I get parents to come in and I show them these hours, and a lot of them are shocked. They're saying, really, that's not a lot of time. If you take, I'm glad you asked this question because this is a perfect time. If you take the number of hours in a school year, 180 days, and you break that down into minutes in the day, and I have this breakdown, I just don't have it with me here because I wasn't expecting this question, but thank you. We get 34 hours in 30 minutes per year out of 180 school days in a class of 24 to 26 students. The parents say, are you kidding me? I'm like, no, I'm not. Break that down into minutes. Your 6 and 7-year-old little child, your student, has been alive for 52,200 and some odd minutes. Again, if y'all want to copy this, I'll send it because it's amazing. That way I can say, parents, if you'll come in, even to our district, I've even called Dunleavy, Begich, Scott Kawasaki, the chief of police, chief of fire, state troopers, detachment, anyone that would come in and give just 10 minutes a pop for 3 students, that's 30 minutes out of a day. Forget the world, get a cup of coffee, get a bagel, come in, cross your legs, relax, and let these little 6-year-olds read to you, hey, Tab is a cat. The cat is at. No, and then they can say, oh no, what's that sound? That's the letter F. What's the sound of F? At. Decoding, breaking it out, getting those letters and letter sound correspondence together. Some parents show up.
Does that answer your question?
Some parents show up. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. This is my last sentence here. They show up. Can I continue? I'm almost done. I'm trying to. I'm just feeling some abrasion here. They show up, and this year I had 2, but last year I had 7 parents. And Mrs. Henderson, who's my principal, I didn't mean to mention that name, but she is She's fighting on my side here. She says, keep on pushing because literacy is what we need. Literacy is what we need. And gentlemen over here, the reason I joined the Army is when I graduated from high school, I took the ASVAB and I scored so low. The only thing I could become was an infantry soldier, which was the best 3 years of my life. And I bring that to the school with a firm, let's get it done. We know what we're talking about. We teach it. We know our craft. So thank you for asking that. I really appreciate being able to explain this at this platform. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I'd like that email with those numbers broken down, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You bet. Hey, thanks a lot, Mr. Dorn.
And
for
those
letting me
can
do
be
that.
sent through Ms. Richardson, so the whole board.
I'll give it to
Yes.
everybody.
Okay.
You bet.
Thank you.
All right. Roger that.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who wanted to testify tonight? Come on up. Thank you for coming tonight. If you'd state your full name, spell your last name, give your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Linda Kang, K-A-N-G, Fairbanks. Well, I came to help present an award to Carly Sween, but sitting here, I feel really compelled to say something. So about 30 years ago to this day, almost to the day, I finished my first year of teaching. I didn't go to college to become a teacher, but I did become one. And 30 years later, I'm still here in education. And as an administrator, I love what I do. But I would have to say that there's no rewarding profession like being a teacher. And I wanted to talk about morale. I would tell my students and students at my school, get to know your friends really, really well, because when things aren't going, well, let me back up. When they start acting differently, take note. And so I'm here to say something about morale. And the colleagues that I work with, they're amazing people. They're my kids' teachers, and I really want them to feel better about what they do. And so I felt compelled to come and talk to the board, and it's really important.
Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions. Ms. Moretti?
Thank you, Ms. King. Can you elaborate on, in your expert opinion, what the district can do? I know that could take all night, so in a brief, and then maybe follow up later with it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm so nervous because I didn't think I was going to come up here. Really listen, really work with them. I know before when I testified, I was asked, well, what would I take away? And I think, Ms. Smith, you asked me that. I don't have that answer. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about morale in general, and I think you all understand what that means. They would love to have a contract. I'm fortunate that FPA has a contract. I think you can infer from having a contract what that means for someone's morale and how that, when they go home at night, how that feels for them as a professional. So I don't have an answer to your question.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions. Anybody else? Come on up forward. State your name, spell your last name, give your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joanne Wassillie, W-A-S-S-I-L-L-I-E. I live and I teach in White Mountain, which is in the Bering Strait School District.
I did not intend to come here tonight. I was shanghaied by a friend who is a teacher in this district, and I thought I would be listening quietly in the back and reading my book. But I couldn't read because I was listening to all of these. And I'm not here full time, but I know from experience working with districts that have high turnover and have new teachers every year. I worked in some of those rural districts. And what you have here in Fairbanks is a cadre of very committed teachers who live and made this their home. And I'm hearing a lot of pain, and I'm hearing a lot of tension, and I'm seeing that they are not feeling as valued. And as an educator, as a person who lives in the community she teaches, that's very hard to hear. They are the first line of our students, our children, every day. Children sense when something's going on. Children sense when the atmosphere in the school is tense. And we need people in our classrooms who are happy, who are supported, and can do the job we ask them to do. They are with our children so much during the day, more than anyone else. Our children deserve to have the very best and most supported people with them. And I think as a district, as a board, please support them. Our children deserve it, and our teachers deserve our support. And thank you for letting me come in and share.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, come on forward. If you'd state your name, spell your last name, give your area of residence, you'll have 2 minutes.
Lori Worden, Werdin, Fairbanks, Alaska. I am a teacher at Lathrop High School, and I'm a teacher that, it's made clear that I'm not wanted. I have my national board certification. I cost a lot. My principal says I'm an asset to my building, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm a tier 3 teacher, so even though I look like I'm heading into my golden years, there's not a lot there for me. I'm going to be working a long time. I'm a single parent, so not having an increase in my salary hurts. It's hard to make it. This summer, I'm going to be looking for ways to get some extra income, getting ready to strike. It's a little disturbing that you don't know we're close to striking. That's surprising to me. So I just want you to know I'm close to quitting this profession that I think I'm made for, that I've worked hard to reach the top of my profession to do. I strive to be the teacher I'd want my kids to have, and I see my kids getting teachers who are subpar, who don't know what they're doing, but that seems to be what our school administration wants, because they don't cost a lot. So I just want to say that I just want to encourage the board to help administration move forward to give us a contract. We need it. Our teachers need it.
And we have a question for you, Ms. Matheson.
Thank you, Ms. Warden. For the listening audience, can you explain what a tier 3 teacher is?
We're the teachers who are hired after 2006 who have very little benefit retirement-wise, so we don't have any of the defined benefits. So, my son just came back from his sophomore year at college and has a summer internship. His retirement benefits for his summer job are better than what I get.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see further questions. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
You do 30 years as tier 3, what's your retirement benefit?
There is none. It's only what I put into my savings.
Okay, straight 401k.
There's a small percentage of the district, 1%, is that right? Yeah, 1%, no Social Security.
the school district match that, what you put in? It's all on you out of your paycheck.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Okay, anybody else? Okay, come on up. Could I get an idea of how many others are intending to testify? Okay. Thank you. State your name, spell your last name, give your area of residence. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Heather DeMario, DAMARIO, and I live in Fairbanks now. I was about to say North Pole. So like the speaker before me, I did not intend to testify tonight. I came to watch my students get an award, and I just wanted to thank you for presenting my students with those awards. I also wanted to share that History Day is a program that's not supported by the district. We do the program in our classrooms. It's not necessarily in our curriculum, but it does give students an opportunity to conduct their research. When I travel to DC with students in December, that would technically be on my dollar. So that's completely on me and on my students. So while I do thank you for that, I would encourage the district to do more to support teachers in their programs. I would also like to thank the teachers that help prepare my students. I run a very tough curriculum in my classroom, and my students arrive every time ready to go, and they still show up to do the extensive work that I assign them and we work on in class. In fact, in one of my classes, they did an assignment where they had to come up with an idea for a new holiday that would be practiced by the United States. And they did such a good job on their presentation. So my shout out right now is for all the teachers who have taught my children and my students that are in my class, for all the hard work that you put in. Even if it's not appreciated in some spaces, it's appreciated in most. And us parents see you all as champions for our students. I know I have my students at Randy Smith and my son at West Valley. I very much appreciate all of you. So thank you very much for all that you do for our students, even if you don't feel like you're appreciated. Thank you.
Mrs. Matheson, if you'd wait, we have a question for you. Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. DeMario, I do want to thank you for teaching a subject that I have never liked. So my boys have come home telling me stories about classes that or subjects that I'm not interested in, but they're so enthusiastic. And I know that you're one of those teachers that has given them that enthusiasm. So I thank you for that. You said that in December, when you go to DC with your students,
June.
that is on your dime.
In June, yes.
Oh, in June, not in December. Okay. How are you making that happen? And how can we help you make that happen when it's not allowed in the budget? So what type of fundraising are you doing? How can we participate in that? And how can we better support you?
Well, I always see these flyers about these business partnerships that the school district has. They could contribute to something like this. This time around, the History Day organizers, like Rebecca Heaton was mentioned, she was able to find some funding for me. When I got on the ground, I managed all 40 to 50 students that are traveling from Alaska. So I agreed to do that so that I can go with my students and they didn't have to pay for me. So I'm going to DC managing all of Alaska's students for the organization. But using business partners might be a way. Helping fundraise, even attending fundraisers that take place on behalf of History Day would be great. But yeah, we would just need more support. Programs that encourage students to do research and participate in civics are often first cut. So anything.
Follow up.
Real quick, I promise I won't keep you long. So you're going and taking care of 40 to 50 students that may not be your students,
Yes.
but they're statewide students.
Yes.
Okay. And
that's just this year. Usually it's not like that. But it's the only way I could go to make sure I was funded. Otherwise, my students that are traveling with me would have to each pay about $700 to, that's just to offset some of my expenses
Okay.
each.
And can you encourage your colleagues and yourself to email us, the school board, about upcoming fundraising opportunities that we can attend and participate in?
Sure.
I have to be careful. But yes, if you could do that, that would be wonderful.
Yes, although we are on break right now, but yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I know I saw another hand. Come on up. Okay. If you'd state your name, spell your last name, give your area of residence, you'll have 2 minutes.
Video, isn't it? Rebecca Baxter, name and residence, Fairbanks, Alaska. Ooh. I just come before you because I was really entertained by the tier question. I know a lot about tier 3s because I happen to be married to a tier 3 and I am a tier 3, missed it by 6 weeks. I know other people that missed it by days because of the way their contract was written, and it's really matter of disrespect for the professional that you want as your teachers. And I'm not here to bash the board or our administration. I am just saying the contract is not about money. It's about respect. And there's a lot of things in our contract that are so good. A perk, a benefit for tier 3. Please feel free to talk to me. I know lots about tier 3s. Tier 3 is that we get to cash in some of our sick leave at the end of the year if we're tier 3s and we've saved enough because we work through those colds and all the sorts of stuff we're not supposed to. And so it's good. And I know that we're working for personally. We could cash out personally too. So, and that helps if we have a 403B. So I think that our contract is good. Our negotiated agreement is negotiated agreement. Those are 2 words that we use and we work together. And I think that it's amazing. And we hear from union members all over the nation who say, we have a great contract. And we have a great contract because we negotiated and we agreed and we worked really closely with our school board and with our administration, and it shouldn't be an us versus them. But it is a very trying time because especially as tier 3s, I can take all my money and leave. I'm not going to because I kind of like Fairbanks, especially in the spring. But it's a time for us to really seriously start considering our future. Is this education, is public education going to be our future? I'm waiting. I've got 2 seconds. And done.
Well done on time.
Please ask questions. It's more fun.
I don't see any questions, so thank
rude.
you.
Okay, thank you.
And I know there's at least one more. Come on up. And if there's somebody else who wants to, if you want to move up to the front row and just get as many people as we can get in the time. If you state your name, spell your last name.
Oh, hi,
and
I'm
go ahead.
Kenesha Radowski. Last name, I spell it Radgoski. Live and reside in Fairbanks. I'll keep it brief because I did not plan to speak at all, but my little guy has excelled going to our schools here, Fairbanks public schools, and like my little guy sung a song in Greek. He was one of those kids that was an outlier, and I was worried for him. And the educators back here, I swear they saved my baby's life. And me being a 14-year nurse keeps me in this community when I can go anywhere and make great money. But this school's here, it keeps me here because my baby is flourishing. So it's kind of selfish to say, but if we can, administration and bargaining, everyone can just come together, that would be super awesome because you guys are saving my baby's life. And as a nurse, I advocate for that. Love it. So thank you.
I don't see any questions. Thank you very much. Okay. state your name, spell your last name, give your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Pepper McFarland. I McFarland. I live in North Pole and I teach at Tanana Middle School. I'm here to talk about substitutes. I know the year is over, but we had trouble with substitutes this year, lots of them. Our admin secretary was in the classroom, our aides were in classrooms, our custodian was in the classroom, our counselors were, everybody was in the classroom. So I have a suggestion, I have an idea. We have an entire building full of people here, most of whom I don't know what they do for my students. What if we took every one of them and assigned them to a school and a day of the week and said, you're going to spend that day in that school doing whatever the admin secretary needs you to do? Okay, so now you're gonna say, well, what do these people do to finish their regular jobs? Well, maybe we should get them some professional development about how to do their job more effectively. They could spend less time in the bathroom. What if they did a little free overtime? Speaking of free overtime, I'm a 20-year teacher, and I probably average 2 or 3 hours a week, not extra duty contracts, not student council, not e-learning, just on my classes, prepping, grading, and I'm gonna stop doing that. If I'm not gonna get any kind of a raise, I'm gonna stop doing my free overtime. And in secondary ed, we all know, if you stop grading, they will stop doing it. If they stop doing the work, they will stop learning. I have 6th graders that say, is this worth points? Yes, honey, it is. And I can lie to them about it for a little bit, but they're gonna figure out really quick, Miss McFarland did not grade this last time. I'm not doing it this time. So please, please, send the team back to the table. We will negotiate this summer. Let's do it. None of us want to strike. Nobody does. Not us, not the kids, not you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Okay, Ms. McFarland, I'm just going to ask you, is it better that we have fewer teachers who are paid more, or what else is it? Because the bucket is finite. So I just want to know, what do we have to cut? I want to negotiate. I want the teachers to all have everything they need. I have 8 kids in this school. I do. So
I'm going to ask that
Are
we
those the
don't put
only
into
2
a dialogue.
choices?
This is the
Is-
time to
no,
ask
I'm
the
just
question.
asking, what is it that
If those are my only 2
What is-
choices, larger class sizes or less
the
pay,
choice is anything? I'm asking you, open-ended. Tell me what to do.
go to Juneau
Been there.
and tell them we need more money.
Did that.
I'm a taxpayer as well, and I will happily pay more taxes
We did that.
for better education. I want my students to be better readers. I want them to be able to flourish in this community that most of us love. And
Me too.
I don't think it's a matter of cutting. I think it's a matter of finding the money.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay. Sorry, when?
I just want to, through the chair, remind the board to be professional and not disrespectful to the audience when they come up to testify.
Okay, and I'm also going to ask that in order that we can hear from people that actually also from the audience, it's the testifier and the board member. And so all the way around, we'll try and keep that. Okay, thank you for coming tonight. If you'd state your name, spell your last name, give us your area of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Yusra Kasana, spelled Khasawneh, and I live in Fairbanks, and I'm a student at West Valley High School. I was here and also received an award, and my teacher is Mr. Mario. I wanted to express my appreciation for a lot of the teachers that do these things that they don't have to necessarily do. Ms. DeMario doesn't have to run the National History Day project. Ms. Grubus, who was here, does not have to run clubs and help her students in the way she does, but they all do. And it's something that I greatly appreciate and I think might not be as acknowledged by a lot of people, but I think what I want to say is that the students that receive this type of appreciation and help from their teachers are really supported and really flourish. And that's the way I felt this school year. I feel like I've been greatly supported, and I really appreciate the opportunities that my teachers have given me to become the person that I am today, because I feel like I'm very different from who I was last year. And that's something that they don't have to do for you, but they do. So I just want to say that I appreciate that.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your testimony. I just want to say that it's always wonderful to get students, speakers. Okay, that brings us to the end of our hour of public testimony. So we now will move on. No, I'm sorry, the hour. Yep, sorry. Sorry, we would have loved to have heard. Okay, so moving on, we're under action item. I'm sorry, Chief School Administrator report is next. Mrs. Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. I want to begin my report with just some clarification on information that we heard tonight concerning the retirement plan, the Tier 3 retirement plan specifically. First of all, teacher retirement system retirement plans are dictated by the state. The school board does not establish the retirement plan. And as a Tier 3 teacher retirement system employee entering into my golden years, there are benefits connected to Tier 3. First of all, as a Tier 3 employee, I contribute a certain amount, and the district contributes a certain amount to my retirement. So, the split, I believe, is a 7%, 8%. I put in 8%, and the district puts in 7% of my retirement plan. So there is a contribution on the part of the district. In addition to that, which is the state required retirement portion, this district offers teachers an additional 1% contribution to a 403B when the employee puts a 1%. So it matches any contribution to a 403B plan that the employee puts in. And that's what our district offers on top of what the district, the state requires in Tier 3. Also, as a Tier 3 employee, after a certain number of years, you have a percentage of your Social Security supplement paid depending on the number of years that you serve. Beginning at 10, after 10 years, the state will pick up 70% of your Social Security supplement pay, and then you have to pay the other 30%. The catch to that is that you have to work to a certain age. So there are stipulations that are not as attractive as a Tier 2 teacher retirement system employee, but there is a match on the part of the district. Just 1% less than the employee contributes. That the difference between a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 is the level of risk that the employee carries, and in a Tier 3, the employee carries most of the risk. So I just wanted to make sure we had accurate information, and all of that's available on the state website because the retirement system is a state-operated system, not a district. Second, I would like to talk a little bit about the kindergarten backpack giveaway that I talked about in my last report. We did give away 50 backpacks in 17 different schools, and those winners were chosen from the 430 kindergartners that were enrolled in our schools during the time of the backpack giveaway. So that's just a little more than we did last year when it comes to enrollment. So that's encouraging as we head into summer. Next, I want to talk about our summer programs that are coming very soon, starting the first week in June. Our Ready Raven program, which is a preschool program that prepares preschoolers for kindergarten. That starts the first week of June. And then running through the month of June will be 21st Century after-school programs. Will run their programs in various different schools across the district. Also beginning soon is our credit recovery opportunities for high school students that need to work to recover some of the credits they may have lost along the way. I also want to just mention that May 16th, I believe it is, our Teaching and Learning Department presented a town hall, a virtual town hall meeting around the Alaska Reads Act and the implementation that our district is doing to implement that new law. And the board will hear a little bit later a more detailed presentation from Mr. Beam. So that town hall was recorded and is on our website. So if you missed that, you can go back and listen to that on our website. I'd like to conclude my report by offering condolences to the families that were impacted by the recent tragedy of an ATV accident. An incident like this affects many people in many different ways, but regardless of the effect on the family or the individual, it means that families and individuals in our district are in pain. And for those families, I hope that you can find comfort as you work through your grief and your loss. And that concludes my report.
Are there any questions for Ms. Moline? Okay, I have just one on we were talking about the kindergarten enrollment, and I'm sorry if I missed it. How is the kindergarten enrollment looking?
It's looking very good compared to last year. In the same amount of time, last year we did the backpack giveaway. We're just a little bit ahead of where we were last year when it comes to our kindergarten enrollment. So it was encouraging that we are getting enrollment a little earlier. But it's more than it was last year.
And just to follow up, in terms of parents who may still need to enroll their kindergartner, what's the plan for them or what they should be thinking about?
You can do an online enrollment. Go to our website and you can go ahead and enroll your students through that process. And then, Ms. LaPlante, do we have a process that our parents have available to them through the summer, other than our online enrollment?
Yeah, really the online enrollment process is how they have enrollment access over the summer. Without that, they would have to wait until our offices at the schools open up at the buildings. So by having the online enrollment portal, they do have access to start the enrollment process anytime during the summer, and then they can submit documentation right on there, or they can follow up with the schools in the fall.
Thank you. I think that's good public information, and I appreciate that explanation for it. So want to encourage parents and anybody in the community, if you know someone who has a kindergartner, it's very helpful to get them enrolled as soon as possible. That helps that planning. So great. Okay. All right. Now we're on to new business. The approval of the 2023 Boreal Sun Charter School contract. We've got a series of these contracts, and they will be dealt with individually. But just to let the board and public know, I've asked the administration through Ms. Moline to give us a general overview for all the contracts. Any specifics will be done at that time, but if you have general overview of questions, then we'll try and do that so we don't have to keep repeating them with each contract. If you have specific about individual contracts or bylaws that may be before us, then we'll do that at the time we are considering that specific school. Okay, so I'll go ahead and introduce this. That the included in the agenda is the proposed FY 2023 contract for Boreal Sun Charter School, approval of the waiver, and approval to changes of the bylaws. The administration recommends the charter school contract presented for next year be approved. And could I have a motion, please?
Move to approve the 2023-2024 charter school contract, approval of the waiver, and approval of changes to the bylaws between the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District and Boreal Sun Charter School, Inc.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right. And so I'll go to the administration to give us the overall, and then we'll see then any specifics for Boreal Sun.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. This process actually began about a year ago when it became apparent that the current contracts that we had with our charter school folks was not adequate and needed to be reevaluated. So we started that process this year by gathering a number of different charter school contracts in different districts and looked at those. And after we had a collection of several, we brought together the leadership of the charter schools, head teachers and principals, and started looking at those contracts and finding through them what might work as a template for our district in charter schools. So after we kind of settled on a template or an outline, we called law or legal services to have them look at it and give any input or suggestions that they might have. So the draft contract went through that process. It came back to the charter school leadership and the district leadership, looked through it again, made any adjustments that they felt were appropriate. And then each individual school and APC got the contract and made it their own. So just a little history. Historically, there was just one contract for all the, not one contract, but the same contract for each school. It was kind of a boilerplate contract. These that the APCs and the schools have worked on is individual to their school. So you may have noticed that they are not all exactly the same, but are customized to the school itself. So that's the process that we've been in so far, and all of that now is culminating to this step where the board will approve the contracts that are being brought forward by the schools and the APCs.
Okay, any general questions about the contracts to the administration at this time? Okay, Ms. Moretti?
I noticed that there's a letter to the board from Boreal Sun Charter School, but I think it's more appropriately to administration. Were any of these concerns addressed?
So that is a letter from the APC to the board with some things that some of them were definitely considered, not necessarily the only things, but in the process of the contract form or the forming of the contract, there were a number of different considerations. One being the length of the contract, maybe making it more than a year, but policy is such that it is an annual event. So we discussed that, but we're bound by policy. Some of the things listed on the Boreal Sun did not come up necessarily in negotiations, but what were just things that were discussed at the individual APC meetings, or at least Boreal Suns.
Okay. Let me just ask, is it specific to Boreal Sun? Okay, let me come right back to you. Is there any other general questions about the contract process? Ms. Hardy?
Mine is general, and I don't mean to put our principals on the spot, and I don't want to make you uncomfortable. But I am close to charter school since my kids attend one, and I want to push back on the information that was given by the administration that there was a negotiation process, because I know from the school that my students attend and from hearing from others and the heads shaking in the audience when it was mentioned that there was a negotiation process between the administration and the charters where the charters felt like they had any input in these contracts. I don't think they would agree.
Any other questions regarding the general topic of the charter contracts.
So if I might respond, I'm going to ask Mr. Minor to chime in a little bit in that he was at the meetings and a part of each step along the way, and so maybe he can give a different perspective.
I mean, I think negotiations is a strong word, but we did have several conversations with the template available, and we worked through language collaboratively together. And there were several changes in the contract that were brought forward based on questions from different APC members or specifically head teachers that were changed in the contracts. Of course, we didn't agree to all of the proposed changes based on needing to meet some of the parameters that the district laid out. But to say that there were no conversations, would not be accurate.
And could I ask a question to administration of clarification on process that we know these contracts in Florida's or for 1 year. We know that there were conversations last fall about different ways we might approach things. We do have some policy things that need to be looked at. And so in a sense, I know we've had a pretty good relationship with our charter schools over the years, but there are different issues coming up throughout the state that this is part of that process, and this conversation will also continue into next year relative to the contracts maybe even coming earlier to us. Is that part of the process?
Well, like I had mentioned earlier, some of the conversation was around the length of the contract. And like you said, that would be a policy adjustment. As far as other things, I think we did something this year a little differently than we did last year in that the charter schools brought their reports separate than the contract. So that kind of made a separation there. And the thought that we continue to separate those things as the contract is the agreement, and then the report is what the schools are actually doing. So a contract could be signed earlier in the year once it's settled, and if it the APC comes to that, and then the report can come at the end of the year once all the assessment data and that sort of thing is in. So there is a thought around changing the way that we've done it, especially historically with having them all done at the same time, but separating out those two actions or those two activities.
Okay, thank you. Any more general questions on the charter school contracts? Ms. Marati?
So since it sounds like there's some miscommunication happening between the charter schools and administration, I'm wondering if through the chair, if we could have the principals or the head educators join us in this discussion as we go through each one, if they would like to, so that we can ask questions and get more clarity.
I think that would be through the administration because that.
The idea was that each head teacher or principal would be here to address questions from the board as it was their turn to have the conversation. So first up on the agenda is Boreal Sun. So it was my intent to invite up the principal from Boreal Sun, and we could have the board ask them any questions about their contract process. Some of them are presenting waivers and bylaw changes. All that is things that they can address during their time for their contract approval.
Okay, good. Okay, any other general? Okay, so we will now come taking each one specifically. Boreal Sun is up first, and I have Ms. Marati. As I asked her to pause, so we got to the specifics, so she'll be the first one, and we'll ask the Boreal Sun folks to come on up. And just for the listening audience, if you just introduce yourself and your position with Boreal Sun.
Hi, I'm Stacy Foshi. I'm the principal at Boreal Sun Charter School. My name is Lucia Zakowski. I am a middle school teacher, and I am the chair of the APC at Boreal Sun.
Thank you. So we'll go to board questions. Ms. Marati.
Thank you, Ms. Foshi and Ms. Zakowski. I'm reading your letter. Can you explain the first bullet that states staff training around executing the obligations of the Alaska Reads Act and special education best practices? Could you elaborate on that? And also, can you let us know if special education services for students at Boreal Sun Charter School, that's the third bullet, if that was negotiated due to your high number of students receiving special education services?
I think that working with administration on both of those is still in process. I do have an email to Mrs. Hall about the special education services for students next year and my requests for support from the administration. And then also, I've worked closely with Chain. He's come out to present to our APC. And we are also partnering to make sure that our staff is provided with all the training that they need in order to be ready to implement the Alaska Reads Act next year. So I think the administration has been fair in working with us for both of those things. It looks a little different at a charter school because a lot of times our professional development is on our own, whereas in this next year, we're going to be going to some more of the district-wide professional development.
Thank you. So would you say that your concerns have been addressed and you and the APC are okay with the contract as it's being presented?
As an APC member, I think I'd like to participate in the process next year, if that's possible.
Noted. But for this year, for this contract, is it?
It's a huge improvement over the previous contract.
Okay, so you guys are okay with this contract going forward for this year?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Could you just quickly highlight your bylaws change? Just didn't sound right the way it came back to me.
So at the bottom, it tells, really, we didn't change anything, but it changed from a head teacher to a principal was one of the things that we changed. And then also we moved the APC members to an appendix at the end of the bylaws.
Great.
And then we added.
Thank you.
On Zoom.
And added page numbers.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And I'm going to see if there is any public testimony. Okay, seeing none, we're back to the board for any further questions or comments. Seeing none, I think we're ready for the vote. And just to clarify, this is the approval of the contract, the waivers, and the changes to the bylaws. The other information, the letter and memo were informational. So it's the three items that we're approving. Okay.
Colonel Alvarado?
Yes.
Colonel Surrey?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett?
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mr. Dorn?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Contract approved. So next we have the approval of the 2023-2024 Discovery Peak Charter School contract. Included is the proposed contract for Discovery Peak Charter School along with the approval of waivers. The administration recommends the charter school contract presented for next year be approved. Okay, if you'd come on up. Okay, I'll go to the administration if you have anything introductory to this one.
No introductory specific comments, just to bring to the attention of the board the updated copy of the contract that you have printed at your desk. Is going to be different than the one that you see online, and that's due to the vote of an APC after we'd already submitted the documents for public notice. So that's your updated copy of their contract.
Okay, and I realized I skipped over the motion. If I could get a motion.
Move to approve the 2023-2024 charter school contract and approval of waivers between the Fairbanks North Starborough School District and Discovery Peak Charter School.
Second.
Okay, and again, we just want to note that you have an updated copy, and basically it was a decision to make it head teacher / principal, so it gives them either option that they could pursue. Okay, all right. So if there's nothing else from the administration, I'll go to board questions.
I have nothing further except for whatever the APC would like to offer specifically on their process or their contract.
I don't understand.
Okay, did you have anything you wanted to say as introduction to this?
Oh, no, not really.
All right.
So I'm Sandra Evans, and I'm the treasurer of the APC. Our president just had surgery today, and she wasn't able to be here. And then Caitlin chose to not extend her contract, and that is why she is not here. And I think I'm the only one in town right now.
So I'm here for moral
So
support.
All right. All right.
And we'll try to answer any questions that you have.
Yes.
Yeah. So to the board for any questions this time. Ms. Hardy?
Does that mean you're hiring a new head teacher or principal?
Yes, we are opening the position.
Ms. Marati?
Thank you, Ms. Evans, and thanks, Ms. Beam, for supporting. So as the APC treasurer, is Discovery Peak Charter School, are they okay with the contract as presented?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'll check with any public comment on this agenda item. Okay, seeing none, we're back to the board. Anything further questions or comments from the board? Okay, and just to clarify on the update, my understanding is that it is to give you flexibility if you decide and can work that into your budget for whether it be having a head teacher or a principal. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Then there's nothing else. Okay. Ms. Richardson, we're ready for the vote.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Suri,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
contract is approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have the approval of the 2023-2024 Effie Cochrane Charter School contract. Okay, before is the proposed FY 22-23, 2024 contract for Effie Cochrane Charter School. The administration recommends the charter school contract presented for next year be approved. And I wanted to note that the board has a corrected copy of the contract. Oh, that's what I'm sorry, wrong one. No, we have it as presented, the Effie Cochrane contract. So to the administration, do you have anything?
We have nothing further. Any comments that the principal would like to make, it's his turn.
I'm good.
Okay, to the motion.
Move to approve the 2023-2024 charter school contract between the Fairbanks North Starborough School District and Effie Cochran Charter School.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, any questions from the board? Ms. Marty?
Mr. Snow, do you know what I'm going to ask?
I do. The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Does that mean you get to go to the T race next year? Okay. I just wanted to note for the anybody in the public who may have read through the whole contract and each of the contracts, though on the Effie Cochran contract, there's not a specific list of the waivers. Those are because they have been presented in the past and approved in the past. So the contract covers that because of those previous approvals. So, and there are no new waivers requested at this time. Okay. So, anything else from the board? Okay, we'll go to the public. Anybody in the public wish to testify on this contract? Seeing none, we're back to the board for any questions or clarifications. Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, if we could have the vote.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, congratulations, contract approved. Okay, next we have the approval of the 2023-2024 Chinook Montessori Charter School contract. Before us is the proposed FY 2023-2024 contract for Chinook Montessori Charter School. The administration recommends the charter school contract presented for next year be approved. Okay, could I have a motion, please?
Move to approve the 2023-2024 charter school contract between the Fairbanks North Starborough School District and Chinook Montessori Charter School.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the administration.
Nothing further. It's, if the school wants to have any comments, this is their turn.
Okay, if you, for the public, you just want to state your name and your position with Chinook. And
I'm Christina Carlson. I'm the head teacher at Chinook. I'm happy with the contract for being 1 year, but I look forward to working with administration to update policy to have a contract that's longer than 1 year, not tied to our annual report, and negotiate any changes if needed.
okay. Any questions from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'll go to the public. Any testimony regarding this contract? Seeing none, we're back to the board for any comments or questions. Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, we're ready for the vote.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Another contract approved. So next we have the approval of the 2023-2024 Watershed Charter School contract. Before us is the proposed FY 2023-2024 contract for Watershed Charter School. The administration recommends the charter school contract presented for next year be approved. And I do want to note that the board has at their desk a corrected copy for the Watershed Charter School. The correction was for the term that from a previous draft. So it's been corrected to be 1 year, which is in keeping with board policy. So If I could have a motion?
Move to approve the 2023-2024 charter school contract between the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District and Watershed Charter School.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We'll go to the administration.
Administration has nothing. It's the school's turn.
Okay, and if you'd want to introduce yourselves so the listening public, so they know who's speaking, and then.
Jason Gillum, Chair of APC and Parent.
And I'm Jared Decker. I'm the principal at Watershed.
Okay, and any comments you want to make?
I have no comments.
Okay, then we'll come to the board. Ms. Marati?
Are you okay with the contract as presented?
I'm sorry, I should have answered
okay.
when I made comments. I think the contract is a vast improvement over the contract that we had in the past. I think the process is a significant improvement as well. I think there are still improvements that can be made, but I am pleased with the contract and the process and look forward to continuing to work on both.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, let me go to the public. Is there any testimony on this agenda item? Seeing none, we're back to the board for questions or comments. Okay. I just want to make a general comment for, this is the last of the contracts that we have before us tonight, but to all the charter schools, the work you put in on your side, to the administration for the work putting in on your side. I know one of the big things with charter schools is the number have grown throughout the state. Questions come up, process. We were the very first district to have a charter school, and so we have a long history and a long working relationship. So I just wanted to acknowledge all the work and the thought that have gone in. And we'll continue to work that collaboration as we move forward and build on that relationship and partnership. So, okay. Seeing nothing else from the board, Ms. Richardson, if you'd call the roll, please, the vote.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Doran.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. Congratulations. Contract approved. Okay. So, and just as we leave this whole area, I want to again express an appreciation for the charter schools who gave their annual reports at an earlier meeting, and to the administration for helping both processes come along in a timely manner. Okay, next we have the proposed curriculum and materials, Case 6, English Language Arts, Health, Physical Education, and Science, and High School Statistics materials. The administration provided a report to the school board on the curriculum materials proposed for Case 6 English Language Arts, Health, Physical Education, and Science, and High School Statistics materials at the May 2nd meeting. The curriculum is now before the board for adoption. The administration recommends the adoption of the curriculum materials as submitted. Could I have a motion, please?
Oh, I have it right there. Move to adopt the curriculum materials proposed for Case 6 English Language Arts, Health, Physical Education, and Science, and High School Statistics materials as submitted.
Second.
Okay, so moved and seconded. We'll go to the administration.
We gave the report, and there were a lot of questions that we answered then, but we're willing to entertain any further questions that might have come up since the last report.
Okay, Ms. Barnett?
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Through the chair to the administration, to Mr. Beam. I've had a couple emails and a couple questions regarding the health skills for middle school, human sexuality, and the high school versions as well. A couple of community members and even a teacher had expressed concern on needing that second book, and we're curious. I'm actually curious. I know that they come together and we discussed this in committee, but is there a separate cost for that second book?
The second book, the way that we purchase it, is included. It is a separate book, but it's included in the price.
Follow.
Follow up to that. Is there a way to only get one over the other, or is it a done deal? It comes together.
I believe we can purchase it either where the two books are actually combined in one book, or we can buy them separate. If you're asking, can we buy the textbook without the sex ed part, I don't think that particular book comes that way. I could double check on that, but I feel like they're either together or they're apart. Those are the two options.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Mrs. Smith?
Just along with what Ms. Burnett was asking, I also received some emails from teachers regarding the supplement, and I have concerns regarding what I saw in the supplements when I looked them over myself. And I was wondering if there's a way to approve all of the other materials without the supplements.
I'm not sure if that's a question for me or if that's a procedural question.
I mean, I guess there's a way.
Could I ask a clarifying question? If I heard it right, it was referenced as a supplement, but
yeah, it's not
my
really a
understanding
supplement.
is
It's
that
just a
it's part of the
separate
core
book.
material.
Yes, sir.
That is, it is part of the core material.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's just a separate book that we can remove, and that way the kids don't have it all the time. And if a community chooses not to use that, or if a teacher chooses not to use that section, then they choose not to use that section, but that way it's not always there.
Ms. Marati?
So I'm not sure I received the email that other board members are referencing. Are you, I guess through the chair, if either of them want to respond, are you guys talking about the human sexuality for middle school and human sexuality for high school, the Goodhart Wilcox author? Would you like to share with the class what the concerns were?
Ms. Burnett?
The email that I got in, I'm looking for it right now, and I can forward it to the rest of the board. Yeah, that was the email. Thank you, Ms. Hardy. If I may continue, sorry, I can't seem to find it at the moment, but there was just expression of the fact that there is sex ed curriculum that the teachers are teaching, and that they just felt that the book was unnecessary. We're curious if there was an extra cost to it, and if in a budget situation that cost could be saved to the district by not purchasing that book. I know that that was the biggest concern, and so I just wanted to relay that question and get an answer.
Anything?
Mr. Beam, are they a package or can they be separated out?
I don't believe that they can be separated out. I believe that our options are they come as one book, or they come as two, as like a book and then like a little smaller book that teachers can keep aside if they choose to.
And then also I would just add to that, and the question, in place still is the notification to parents when there is instruction around human reproduction and sexual content. So so that remains in place. So regardless of any materials that a teacher is using, that practice is still in place. So that would remain regardless of any materials adopted or not adopted.
Ms. Marati, Ms. Hardy, and then I put myself in the key.
Thank you. Reading the email, it states that they're in a minority opinion on this position, and there's a lot of misinformation in this email, so I don't think that it should be heavily considered in this decision.
Ms. Hardy, myself, and then Mr. Smith.
My position is, since it can't be separated and we like the remainder of the materials, it's called the Human Sexuality Addendum. It's an additional textbook that comes with. We can address that later, but not approving these new materials when we need to buy them and get them in the classroom for the rest of the stuff, I don't think should hold up the board's decision.
And I have a question in terms of, and I'm sorry, I don't seem to have gotten the email or, but the, which is not testimony for, we don't want to address that specific testimony but we have it in our information base. Question to the administration on this is, we have other supplemental sex ed materials that have been approved. And so as long as the teacher is following the curriculum, how best they can use the core materials and or the supplemental materials in addressing the curriculum guidelines. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe I'm following the question, and I would agree with that. Yes, is that we have the standards, we have those supplemental things that have been already okayed by this body, and then we have our curriculum, and then these materials match up with our curriculum.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Smith?
I will be voting no to approve the materials if that supplement is in there. Seems ironic mentioning misinformation when I felt that there was a lot of misinformation in those books. So it seems like information and whether something is misinformation is very subjective. And so I'll be voting no for that reason.
Okay. Let me see if there are other questions, and I have one to ask. Okay. Just a procedural question, Mrs. Smith. Did you want to vote no on everything, or you just want that specific?
Thanks for asking, Mr. Doran. I would prefer to vote no on that specific item, and I know I can make a motion to separate it, but I can see the writing on the wall that I'm in the minority, and we'll be perfectly happy just not wasting our time and voting my no vote.
Okay.
Moving forward.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that you knew you could separate if you wanted. Okay. I have a question in another area, just in terms of the language arts clarity, and we may talk about this a little bit more when we get to the reports. But since this is one of the state endorsed programs, and it's in line with what we've had, same company, just the newer version, basically. So it meets the science of reading, and which I understand this is, when we talk about, what's the expectation of fidelity of these? And the reason I ask that is because from what I'm understanding from science of reading and the state trainings is there are a lot of different components, and one might supplement, might bring in other materials that are appropriate to meet student needs, which can vary, and not one thing meets every need of every student. So if you could just address that.
Yes, sir. From the perspective of the grant, the expectation is we would use the materials.
Right.
Can we also supplement? Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, thank you. That second part is really what I was trying to, thank you for simplifying it. Okay, Mrs. Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Through the chair, just due to the email I got and such, I do have some concern for more discussion to be had. So I would like to move to take out the health for high school and for middle school, the health skills for middle school, human sexuality for middle school, and the what is it? The same one for high school, the health skills for high school and human sexuality for high school for a later discussion.
Second.
Okay, can I get clarity when you say later? Do you want to just handle them separately
Yeah, for
as a
yeah.
separate item?
That would be great to handle them separately, to pull that one out, approve the rest of them, and then go back to that one.
And
That'd
then
be
we
great.
come back
Yes,
to that
to
one.
handle them separately would be great.
Okay, so I will say that's in order, so that the main motion would pass all areas except for the health curriculum materials at this time, and then we will come back for a separate motion to approve the health curriculum materials. Okay, and if I can ask one clarity, are you comfortable, you're mainly concerned about grades 6, 8, and 9, 12? The K-5 is okay? That's current resources?
Oh, sorry. No, I missed the K-5 too. No, actually, I'm mainly concerned about the K-5 and the 7, 8 more than I'm concerned about the high school, to be honest. So I would actually like to add the elementary to that as well. Yes.
Okay, so the whole health.
Yeah, the whole health for,
the
yeah,
whole health
elementary all the way
section.
through.
Point of order.
Yes.
I don't believe that we can just separate them without making a motion and approving the
I think
motion.
you're right. Okay, so we could have a motion, put that in a motion.
Yep. So then I move to take out the health health skills for the elementary, the middle school, and high school, and to approve the other items and then come back.
Point of clarification.
Okay, let's see whether there's a second first.
Well, okay.
Second.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
If we'd done it before the second, we're keeping the current health resources for K-5. So it says keep current resource.
But if I correct, Ms. Burnett, you said you wanted you wanted all the health area out.
Sorry, rereading this, there is no change to the K-5. So we'll go back to my original amendment. I want to amend to remove this grades 6 through 8, the high school, health skills, human sexuality, remove those. We're not making any things to the K-5. I apologize. Yes, so my amendment will be to remove the health skills for middle school and human sexuality for middle school, and then the health skills and human sexuality for high school.
Okay, so that's an amendment to your motion.
Yes.
Is there a second to amend?
Second.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none on the amendment. Go ahead, clarification.
Thanks. Through the chair, just clarity on again on why we're removing health curriculum from the motion to approve adopt curriculum material.
Ms. Barnett?
Due to more, I would like more discussion from the board on this and on the curriculum itself with respect to its sensitivity. I'd like to approve everything else and have this discussion.
Mrs. Smith and then Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. I also agree. I think I'd like to highlight this piece of curriculum for the public. And I feel that it would be a disservice to run this through with everything else without highlighting its controversial nature and hearing more from the public on whether they want this to be approved or not. I think having it in this big package with all of these books might have allowed the public to overlook the significant changes that frankly, reality that are in some of the materials that are in the human sexuality for middle school and high school book.
Mrs. Hardy?
Question through the chair for the administration. If we were to postpone and then we need to recalendar this at a later date to vote, does that preclude us from getting the health curriculum for next year?
This was not going to be purchased until July came around anyway. So it kind of depends on when it's recalendared and when you guys have that conversation. If you have that conversation in the next month, we can still do that. If you're talking about pushing that till the fall, then we would not purchase it at this point.
And follow up?
And can I add one more thing, please? So I'm hearing the word curriculum and I'm hearing the word materials. And I want to be super clear about what we're talking about here. We're not talking about curriculum. We're only talking about the materials at this point, right? Because we're not changing curriculum. That's already been passed by the board a while back. We're not bringing that to anyone. We're only talking about the textbooks themselves, correct? Okay, thank you.
And my follow-up?
Follow-up.
The other follow-up, just so that we're crystal clear for bringing this back before the board again, this is an addendum, so it's not a part of the actual materials. And so if we were to approve this and order it, it seems there's a consensus that the general books are not the problem. It's this sexuality addendum that is, and that could easily be set aside if the board voted that way.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Marady and then Ms. Burnett.
Through the chair, I'm curious if admin can elaborate on the process that this curriculum has already been through and how the public has been involved with the materials already.
Yes, it was out to all of the schools that might be using it. Teachers gave their input. Teachers chose this specific textbook on both middle school and the high school level. It went through the board committee that we have. They vote on it. It went to the public. The public had a week to come in and view it. A few people did, not a lot. And then it went back to you all.
Thank you. May I follow up?
Go ahead.
I feel like we've had a lot of time to discuss this, that the public was able to view it, that the committee went through it and approved it. I'm not sure why we're wasting time by extending the process even more. I'm in support of it, and I think that we've put this through all of the stakeholders already, and it doesn't need to go farther. I think we're ready.
Okay, Ms. Burnett.
I would
We're
just,
talking to the amendment right now.
yeah, just through the chair. I have no problem having this discussion tonight. We don't have to postpone this. We don't have to put it off to another meeting. I don't mind having this discussion tonight. I would just like to get these other things through and then let's have the conversation. And in honor of other board members who want to have conversations, which I'm all for, I think it's fair to have a conversation. If the conversation's not had, then where do we stand? There is no problem in having a conversation. Let's just get the rest of this approved and let's talk. We don't need to postpone this past tonight.
Any further comments regarding the amendment? Ms. Hardy?
Just point of question, is that true for OMA that we would be able to vote on this separate since it was recognized in here? Is that?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep. You can split out things. Okay, so we're going to have the vote on the amendment, which is to pull out grades, the health curriculum for the health materials for grades 6 to 8 and grades 9 to 12. Okay. As part of the separation motion, but this is the amendment itself to limit it to those two. Okay. If you would call the vote, please, Ms. Richardson.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, so the amendment passed, and so we're back to the separation motion as amended. Is there any further discussion on that? The motion is to separate the health curriculum materials for grades 6 to 8 and grades 9 to 12 as a separate item to consider. Ms. Hardy?
Just point of clarification, we'll take that up after 6, so what we're currently on now, or are we moving it?
It will take us back to the motion that was made for the overall curriculum materials, and then we will take this separation motion immediately, because it's all part of the same agenda item. Okay, so this is on the motion to separate the 6-8 and 9-12 health materials.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, so that brings us back to the original motion that will apply to the English language arts, the health grades K-5 materials, PE, science, and statistics. Okay, any further questions from the board at this time regarding those materials? Okay, let me go to the public. Is there any public comment on this whole area of curriculum materials? Okay, seeing none, we're back to the board. Any comments or questions from the board? Okay, seeing no, Ms. Richardson, if we could have the vote on the English language arts, health K-5, PE, science, and statistics.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So this brings us then to the separated motion. So this would be, and I'll ask somebody to make it officially, but that we move to adopt the curriculum materials proposed for the health grades 6-8 and 9-12 materials as submitted. Ms. Hardy?
Move to extend till 9:30.
Second.
Thank you. So we're extended. So could I get a motion to that regard?
Move to adopt, oh, right? Yeah, move to adopt the curriculum materials proposed for health as submitted.
Okay. Could you include grades 6-8 and 9-12? Because we've already adopted the K-5.
There was no K-5. Oh, for grades 6, 8, and 9 through 12.
Is there a second?
We waiting second.
Okay. Okay, so before us then is that motion, and we're ready for discussion regarding the health 6-8 and 9-12. Okay. Ms. Hardy?
Can I move for a 5-minute recess so I can pull up my notes from when we covered this on the 2nd, since I'm not prepared to make a vote?
And,
I second that.
okay, seeing no objection to a 5-minute recess, 5 minutes. So we are back from recess and in session. So we're discussing the motion on the health grade 6-8 and 9-12 curriculum materials. To the board. Ms. Hardy?
I availed myself of that 5 minutes to better educate myself on this. I will fully admit I have not seen these textbooks. I have not looked at them. But I do trust our curriculum adoption, or not curriculum, it is material adoption. And I have been reassured by administration that these books went through the same process that all our other books went through. They were sent out to schools. They were vetted. They were voted on. There was a committee. There was a robust process like all of our other material adoptions. So though I have not personally seen the materials, I trust that the material process was what we have come to expect it to be. I asked when was the last time these textbooks were adopted, and he did not have the exact date, but he said they are well over 10 years old. And health, it changes, like we are learning new things, just even women's health, and the point at which you should have a pap smear has changed in the last 10 years. It is irresponsible to not update the health information that we give our students regularly, just like all the other materials. That's why we adopt new materials. I also was able to ask, like, does this thing that we're all debating about, which is really this human sexuality addendum, does that change the price at all? It does not. I think when I looked at his screen, because he has what we presented the workstation session, it was $64,000 per each one. And that's irregardless of the addendum, it's just included, and that addendum is easy to pull out, and we can have a board discussion with materials in hand and a robust debate when we look at that materials and talk about it then, but not ordering new textbooks because we're uncomfortable with an addendum is going to hurt teachers and going to hurt students, and teachers want updated materials. And I have been in middle school. I have sat through health classes. In my job as a special education teacher, I went into all the classes. I can tell you that a lot of times they're struggling for updated, good resources. If this book has been vetted and it's just this teeny piece that we have a problem with, let's address that separately, and let's get our teachers the materials that they have voted and decided that they need.
Ms. Smith and then Ms. Barnett.
Thank you. I know that Ms. Burnett was the chair of the curriculum committee. I also trust the process, but I would like to, through the chair, ask Mr. Beam or whoever may know the answer, how many members of the public signed in to personally look at these books. And I would also like to ask Mr. Beam if the, in parentheses, Harcourt, 2007 indicates that this book is copyrighted in 2007.
To the administration.
Mr. Beam.
Yes, I don't know the exact number, but it's a small number of folks who came up and looked at those books. That is true, and I don't have that in front of me, but if it says 2007, that's my guess that you are correct about that. And then also, I would add that different editions come out after the first copyright, and I don't know which
Thank you.
edition
I
this is.
apologize. I was looking at our currently adopted materials. The proposed textbooks don't have a publishing date on them. Thanks, Ms. Hardy.
Do you have a publishing date for the current?
Not in front of me. No, I don't. Sorry. I can find that out.
Okay. Within the last year or two?
I believe it has. I can look it up real fast.
Okay. And in the meantime, we'll go to Ms. Burnett.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Hardy. I actually really do appreciate your comments. I too, I am not uncomfortable with the books or with the materials whatsoever, but I have had multiple committee members come to me after the fact, and I know that that's after the fact. So they did push this through. We did vote in committee. It did get pushed through. As Mr. Beam has stated, we did have very minimal community members come and actually interact with this. It was more teachers, which I do respect as well. My biggest issues, though, is just for that addendum, and it's not because of an uncomfortableness with it. I get that human sexuality and sex ed and reproductive health has changed and come long ways. And I know that we are in a different era now. My only concerns is I've also had concerns from students. We actually sat there in Miss Galloway's class where they talked about not having any interest in learning about live births and things like that, where they would rather get back to learning about reading and such. That's besides the point. This is where we're at. I think we just owe it to our community to also listen to the half that are not comfortable with it. And I choose to listen to them. And so I do approve of the health book. I just don't approve of the addendum. And so my vote will be to not have that addendum in it, or to not use it, or however we choose to do it. That's where I'm at.
Ms. Maradi, and then I'll put myself in the queue.
Thanks. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a health education expert, but I trust the experts in this area. I trust the ones that wrote this material. I trust the educators and parents that took the time to review this material. I trust our curriculum committee that approved this material, just like I would trust the policy committee. And I trust our administration for putting this material forward, and therefore I support approving this material. I'm not going to say that I know what is best for health curriculum. I'm an accountant. I don't know what's best for health curriculum, but I'm going to trust the experts that I have around me and that wrote this material. I would like to get clarification, if it's okay, through the chair, about half of the community not comfortable with this. I had the one email that we've discussed earlier tonight was the only email I got in response to this, and not in support of it. So I haven't heard from that half of that community. If they are out there, please let me know.
Okay, I guess next in the queue. I'm going to support this. Again, the review of the educators with it. I do have a question before I make the rest of my comments. When we reference this as an addendum, I guess my mind goes towards supplemental. But I also understood that it's part of the core text. Could you clarify that for me before I make my other comments?
Yeah, I'm not sure what word to use. I don't want to use supplemental. I felt like what we were saying was maybe a better fit. Can I propose something? Can we, since this isn't going to be, if it's passed, it's not purchased until July anyway, we have another time. Would you allow me and my team to go back and see if this board wants to purchase this without that? And I can find out for sure 100% if that's an option or not. With the realization that essentially what we're saying is we're not going to teach sex ed if we remove that part. Does that make sense? Because I can always go back, we can go back to the publishers and find out for sure, can we purchase this thing without it? My concern is if we do, and I'm totally willing to do that, are we also saying we're not going to teach sex ed because we're pulling that unit, that chapter out of the book?
Okay, let me make a clarification, I think, for our purposes. this is not the curriculum. So what's in the curriculum does have sex ed in the curriculum. This is the question before us tonight is just this specific material, and whether this is the appropriate material to use. So that would be the question for us here tonight. On that, I want that clarity. We're not talking again about the curriculum, which has previously been approved, does include aspects of it. So I'm going to reserve back into the queue for my general comments, but Ms. Hardy, I think if it is specific to, was just there, okay.
Move to postpone to a time certain of the June 6th regular meeting so that, well, can I speak to my motion?
So if there's a second.
Second.
So that board members have the ability to review the proposed books and be properly educated, so that administration has the ability to give answers to these questions, whether or not it can be bought separately, and so that the community has the ability to come in and both review, if we can make it available again, and provide both sides and emails and all of that.
Okay, Mrs. Smith and then Mrs. Marati.
I highly support that motion, Ms. Hardy. I was considering making it myself when I raised my hand. And I just want to say that I was perfectly happy to just let this go, that I'm not the one who has separated it and called for the vote. I was happy to vote no and go along our merry way. And I also feel that it is best for this to postpone when the full board is here, because things failing for a tie is not the way that we want to do business. If that is the way that that vote would go, I would rather have the full board present for an important decision like materials adoption. So I fully support that and will be voting yes to Ms. Hardy's motion.
Anyone else to the motion to postpone? Ms. Marati and then Ms. Burnett.
I just fully support Ms. Hardy's amendment to delay to June 6th.
Ms. Burnett.
I also support this, and yes, I was the one who separated it.
Anything else from the board? Okay, so the vote, it will be in terms of postponing to the June 6th meeting for this action on the health 6.8 and 9.12 materials. Okay, would you call the vote, please?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, that brings us to item number 7, change the prerequisites of CTE Cybersecurity Information Technology Curriculum. The administration provided a report on the prerequisites of CTE Cybersecurity Information Technology Curriculum at the May 2nd meeting. The curriculum is now before the board for adoption. The administration recommends the adoption of the curriculum as submitted. And this is regarding the change in prerequisite. So could I have a motion, please?
Move to adopt the prerequisites of CTE Cybersecurity Information Technology Curriculum as submitted.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. We'll go to the administration.
We don't have anything further. We did present on this in the May 2nd meeting, so we're happy to entertain any further questions that may have come up.
Okay, perhaps just for the listening public, could you just, I think it's a very short change, if we could just announce that for the public.
Yes, all we're doing is we are removing a prereq from this IT class. It wasn't necessary, and it shouldn't have been in there in the first place. That's the only change.
Okay, So to the board, any questions or at this point? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Any public comment on this? Seeing none, we're back to the board for questions or comments. Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, if you could call the vote, please.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Maradi,
Yes.
Mr. Doran.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. All right, that brings us down to information and reports. The District Alaska Reads Act implementation. Shane Beam, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, will provide his report on the Alaska Reads Act implementation.
So while Mr. Beam is getting prepared, I just want to express my appreciation to Mr. Beam and Ms. LaPlante for leading the charge on the district's focus on literacy. The Alaska Reads Act is primarily a K-3 project. Our district is doing a K-12 across the grades focus on literacy. So this is a piece of it, and Mr. Beam and Ms. LaPlante have been shepherding this forward. So I just want to express my appreciation for that.
Okay, thank you. Well said.
All right, Mr. Beam, go ahead.
So this is about the AK Reads Act. We've heard lots about this, and we'll try to go quickly through it because I know we'll have some questions during and then after. So AK Reads Act was passed last summer by the state legislature, and it begins this upcoming school year. The goal of the Reads Act was to make sure that all students are reading on grade level by third grade. That's the overall goal of it. And all interventions and materials and instruction must be based on the science of reading. This applies to all public students in brick and mortar schools, charter school, and homeschool settings. So we've had that question come up many times. What about homeschool kids? What about charter kids, schools? Everyone who receives public money falls under this law. And it starts next year. I put a little picture of gears there because I wanted to kind of talk about how throughout this school year, DEED has been trying to figure out all the different pieces and how this works together, because there's a lot of pieces and they're kind of moving pieces. And I feel like early in the year, these gears weren't really doing a good job kind of aligning and then being really smooth. But I feel like every month for sure, and maybe every week, DEED, their gears get a little bit better and our gears get a little bit better, but there's still room to fix some things. This is an ongoing process that will take the rest of this summer and then a good chunk of next year, if not all of next year, to get everything in place. So I'm going to show you 5 paragraphs. And each one of those paragraphs comes directly from the DEED website. Sorry. I'll try one more time. The DEED website has these items, and we're going to look at them one paragraph at a time, kind of word for word, and we'll kind of break it down that way. Paragraph 1, things for us to note. It says required. This is a law. It's not something that, because sometimes DEED comes out and says, well, maybe give this a try or think about this or consider it. This is not any of that. The things that we're talking about, these are required by law. It is geared towards K-3 students. As it says, we have to offer an intensive reading intervention services to students in K-3 who show a reading deficiency. That's the main part of this whole law. If you can see a little bit lower than that, underlined in red, it must be based on the science of reading, these interventions. And then beneath that, it says it must be provided in addition to, not in replace of, the core reading instruction. What that means is a teacher is not allowed to say, okay, I have my 90 minutes of language arts, and I'm going to make sure my kids get in reading groups, and my kids who are struggling, I'm going to put them in this group, and that's going to be the intervention. It's not that. By law, it has to be extra time outside of their core reading time. We are working on that with our schools. We have come out and said every elementary school is going to have a walk-to intervention time, and how that works will be up to the schools. They can figure out how that works, but every school is expected to have the structure where kids can go and get this extra time in reading, and it'll be on their grade level, not grade level, on their reading level. So if you have some third graders who still need to work on phonics, during that extra time, that's what they'll be working on. If you have some third graders who are advanced, then they'll be with other third graders who are advanced, and they'll be doing some advanced type things. But everyone is working on the things that they need to be working on. Paragraph 2, it says here that DEED will adopt a statewide screening tool, which they have done, that is called MClass, M, capital C-L-A-S-S. That is the 8th version of DIBELS. That is something that most of our teachers who have been around for a while are very familiar with. We have been using one called Ames Web for the last several years. Before that, we used DIBELS. Ames Web now is going away, and DIBELS or MClass is coming back in. This was purchased by DEED, and this is one of the things that DEED said, we want you to use it. So much so that they're purchasing it for us. So we're moving forward on that. The screen tool must be given 3 times each school year to track student progress. That is nothing new to us. We already do that. We already give a benchmark test to our students, K through 5 for sure, 6 through 8, most of our kids do, and all the way up until 9th grade. Most of our older kids take MAP. This is K3, so this is going to be MClass. We already give it 3 times a year. That's nothing new for us. Then at the bottom, it says that the district is responsible for notifying the student's parents or guardian and providing an individual reading improvement plan. If a student, according to MClass, shows that they are a struggling reader, our steps are to notify the parent about that and to create an individual reading improvement plan. In the old days, if you've been around for a while, we had MTSS or RTI. This is very much similar to that. It lines up with it. Back when we had that, and we had it by, through a grant, we had some really good data for that. The grant ran out, and we couldn't keep it. Now we're looking for a way to make this happen without the extra grant, so we wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. So far, what we've seen, the important things is that we have this screener. All K3 kids will take it. It's called MClass. Most schools already do it. We do it in the fall, the winter, and the spring. Students who show that they're below proficient will receive what we call a RAP plan. That's what our district is going to call it, RAP. And that RAP plan will be held in Power School. So our teachers are already familiar with Power School. We have to put those plans somewhere, and we need to be able to refer back to those plans 3 years later for a teacher who is looking at data, and the easiest place to put it was in Power School. I have a team now that's working on what that plan will look like. DEED has said that you have to include these 8 things. We will make sure that we include those 8 things in that plan. That plan will be ready to go when teachers come back in the fall. The plan will identify the specific things that the student needs to work on. So if you have a 2nd grader or 3rd grader who needs to work on blending sounds, the plan will say that, and the plan will also identify how many days per week and how many minutes per day that they'll be working on that intervention. Paragraph 3, this is where it gets a little bit more detailed, so we have to pay attention to certain things. Notice this is about 2nd grade. Paragraph 3 is about 2nd grade. It says if a student in kindergarten through second grade has a reading deficiency following the spring administration of the tool, M-Class, school staff must meet with the student's parents or guardian and explain that the student will not be able to maintain adequate academic progress at the next grade level. So what that means is for K through 2 students in the spring, if they're a struggling reader, we have to meet with the parents and let them know, hey, just be aware that if your child moves on to the next grade, he or she may struggle in reading. Now, keep in mind, while all this is happening, we should still be meeting with those students 3 or 4 or 5 times a week for that extra time to give them that extra intervention, the extra support that they're going to need that is specific, that will be specific about where they are at that moment. That's K through 2. The next one, paragraph 4, is about is just about third grade. This is the thing that gets a lot of folks' attention. If the spring administration's tool shows that a third grade student has a reading deficiency, then the school is responsible for scheduling a meeting with the student's parents or guardian. The student will not be promoted to 4th grade unless a parent or guardian signs a waiver developed by deed, which acknowledges that the student is not prepared and agrees that the student will participate in an extra 20 hours of individual reading improvement plan services the summer before 4th grade. So what that means is, if we have a 3rd grader that is showing that he or she is not a strong reader, that they are below proficient, is that we have to tell the parents by law is that your student will not be promoted to 4th grade unless you agree to sign this waiver, and the waiver says that you promise that the student will get an extra 20 hours of intervention services over the summer before he or she moves to 4th grade. There's a lot of layers to that part right there. And then the last paragraph is kind of like, well, what if they don't do that? Paragraph 5, for any student in K3 with a reading deficiency, if no parent or guardian attends the meeting with school staff or does not determine the student's progression, the superintendent or superintendent's designee will make that call for them. Because we will unfortunately have some parents who just simply don't answer the emails, or they don't answer the phone, or they agree to come to the meeting and they don't, or whatever the situation is, and then someone has to make that call. And that would be the superintendent or the designee, which in this case would be the principal and Miss Kate would be making that call, that they would work together on that. I think it's important for us to know that as a district, we do not encourage retainment. We want kids to move on to the next grade level. There is no real data out there that shows that if you keep a kid back, that in the long run, they're going to be a lot better off. What we need to do is to make sure that they get the intervention services during that walk-to program, that 30 or 45 minutes a day, a couple of days a week, 3 or 4 or 5 days a week, and then that's where the kids will really make that good progress. If you go back, and this comes up all the time, what about these 20 hours? Who's going to do that? We as a district are responsible for those 20 hours. We are working on a way to make that happen. There is no extra funding for that coming from deed. There are many grants out there right now, and we have really narrowed our focus on making sure that our grants are focused right on literacy and reading. And one of the grants that we're going to write could potentially help address this 20 hours. If we don't get the grant, we're still responsible for doing those 20 hours over the summer, and we'll have to brainstorm and be creative as far as how we're going to make that happen. That is not till next summer, so that's a problem not for today, but for 3 months from now, and then we'll start brainstorming it because you have other things we need to get set up front.
Okay. Did you want to finish, or you want to take questions?
However you prefer. I'm good either way.
You know, I'm thinking just time-wise, can you hold the question? Let's get through the slideshow, and then we'll come back to questions. I'll put you first. Yep. So, do we want to? You want to extend? We're getting close to our 9:30. So, do you want to extend now?
Move to extend to 9:45.
Second.
All right. why don't you continue through and then we'll,
Yes, sir.
I think a number of us have questions.
Yep. So will teachers need some kind of specialized training? According to the law, teachers do need to have specialized training for that. So according to the AK Reads Act, first off, this is going to be phased in over 2 years, but teachers will be expected to complete either a 3-semester class based on the science of reading that has to be approved by DEED, or they can take a test that proves they have those skills already, and DEED will take that also. The tests have to be, those tests have to be okayed by DEED also. It's not just any test, and it's not just any class. Currently, the only classes that are approved by DEED, there are 2 of them. One's called Keys to Literacy, one is called Letters. We have teachers that are signing up for both of them. Keys to Literacy is a little bit shorter. Letters is longer and much more detailed, but we have teachers signing up for both of them. Again, it doesn't have to be done until 2 years from now. I've talked to DEED about, well, what happens if a teacher is in the middle of a training when the time runs out? Because officially the time runs out on June of 2025, and DEED understands that all this is going to have to kind of be flexible and rotating because they're working with law also, and they're trying to make our roles work within the law. So it's a 2-year window, but if you have some teachers who are still finishing up, that they'll be fine with that. For teachers who joined us after that, they will then have 2 years to take those classes and to get that certification. That certification will go on their certificate, and it lives with them forever. Here's the couple of tests that they could take. They're all praxis tests, and they can choose which one to take. And my last slide here is I wanted you all to know there's been a lot of communication going out. Principals have participated in many AK Read session. I have an idea team that we meet once a month. We talk about this quite a bit. They do a lot of the work on this, and then they go back and talk to their peers. We put it out in the monthly newsletter. We've had the virtual town hall last week. We have an AK Reads website that we maintain. And then also all the schools that are on the right, we've gone out and we've visited every one of those schools and have done a very similar presentation to this for every one of those schools. So all of those teachers have heard this also. That's all I have. I'm ready to take questions.
Okay, Mrs. Matheson, and then Ms. Hardy, and then Mr. Burnett.
Thank you. I've got a ton of questions.
All right, so let's go
My
2
fir-
questions at a time.
Okay, well, my first question is, what are our expectations of Boreal Sun? They're the school with the Waldorf, right? So their expectation for their 3rd graders is they don't even require reading until 3rd grade. So
Yeah. Actually, Boreal Sun was one of the first schools that I went to. And we had that very same question, is that their kindergartners don't really get into the reading part. They do by 3rd grade, but not when they're that young. They fall under this law just like anyone else does. So what that'll mean is their kindergartners, a bunch of their kindergartners, and honestly, this will be true throughout many of our schools. Some of our kindergartners will be identified as struggling readers in that first fall assessment when they're not really struggling readers. They just haven't had that instruction yet. Many of you and many of our other parents, they'll be working with your 4-year-olds at home, and you'll work on sounds, and you'll work on words and sight words and things like that, and your kids will be ready, and they'll be okay for that first time they take that test as a kindergartner. But the reality is not all parents have the time to do that. So we have some kids coming into kindergarten knowing all their letters and all their sounds, and some don't. And that's not because they're struggling readers, it's because they haven't been exposed to the instruction yet. So what'll happen is we'll get a high number of kindergartners up front, and then throughout the year, that number will drop.
Can I just, in response to Maggie's actual question, since it was about Boreal Sun?
wait.
Okay.
So in paragraph 2, it talks about notifying parents to create an ILP. And you explained all of the hurdles that we have to jump through sometimes to communicate with parents. And I am worried that we are going to identify these students and teachers are already overworked and we're going to add extra time for literacy. Where is that time going to come from? Like, if the parents aren't communicating back, the teachers are overloaded, and we have to, if we create an ILP per student that needs that extra time, who and where are we getting that time from?
So that's the question of almost all of this. Where does the time come to make these things happen? And DEED and the state has made it clear that it's our responsibility to figure out that on our own, and each district will figure that out however they want to do it. For our purposes, what we've done already is, based on that calendar that you all approved a couple of weeks ago, we've added some of those half days so our teachers can go in, look at the data, start working on those RAP plans. Is that enough time to do all of them? Honestly, it's not enough. It's not. But we have to give some, but we do have to give them some extra time to work on those things, which we'll be doing. The day after so the first half day is September 28th. The next day, September 29th, is what we call a data day. And they'll be working on those RAP plans on that day also, because that'll come after the end of that first window. So the time itself is going to be, something that we have to work on. It's something that everyone across the state is in that same boat. When the law was passed, I don't know, quite honestly, that the folks who passed the law really understood the ramifications of how long some of these things are going to take. So we are trying to, we'll be working with the teachers to try to give them extra time to work on that, like I just talked about. During the school day, each school is going to have to figure out their own schedule to see how they can fit in their own version of a walk-to intervention. Because what works at a small school will not work at a large school, and they'll have to figure that out on their own. We can give them support, but every principal will have to figure out what's best for them and their school.
Okay, Ms. Hardy?
Yep. One, thank you so much for the lift you've been doing on this. I was actually at the APC meeting at Boreal Sun when you presented, and we had just had the one at the board, and then this one was even more information, which is why I requested that you come and present that same information to us here, because it was so much to take in. And you have done a wonderful job outlining it and giving it to all the different schools. So I am so appreciative of having you here to do that for us and for our learning communities. And just a quick aside, just because Boreal Sun is a school that I attend the APCs and I know a whole lot about, we start reading in kindergarten. It is play-based, but the kindergarten teacher, Miss Kim, does tons of phonemic awareness and things within that play-based structure. It's just not directly taught the same way it is at other schools. So I know that's a misconception. We think Waldorf that we're not doing literacy. We definitely are. And Ms. Foshi, the principal, is on top of this and very committed to making sure that Boreal Sun fulfills the law, so that everybody knows that. So my questions, and this one's kind of to a public comment as you were talking, and we've talked about this walk to read. Would it be possible for our middle schools to also adopt a walk to read intervention type model to address literacy concerns shared during public comment tonight, at least 6th grade?
Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I think we have at least one and potentially two. I know Ryan already has a walk to intervention that they started last year based on the structure. This year they're adding more meat to it, and they'll be continuing doing that. I know that we have a few other middle schools who are also exploring that idea. So yes, that's a very valid thought, and again, it's just about scheduling and then being committed to, as a school, we're going to make this thing happen.
May I ask my second? I've got 4.
Yeah.
Okay. When we did, and this is more of a, I know you're not going to be able to answer this, but I'm going to say it. When we did RTI, I was a teacher, and we had dedicated FTE tutors for that RTI to provide response to intervention services. How are we, when we're already short-staffed and can't find subs and we're pulling support staff, going to provide an RTI model without dedicated FTE?
I agree, that's going to be a struggle. Title I schools will have a little bit better opportunity because they are Title I schools and they have more bodies in the room. I will say that another grant, remember earlier I said that we're looking for grants, another grant that we have put in that we should hear back in September is a 5-year grant that would allow us to have several part-time tutors spread out for the schools that are not Title I schools who need those extra bodies. So hopefully we'll have that grant.
Follow up.
Given that that's grant funds, will our charter schools also be considered in having those tutors?
That is a question that's going to be beyond me, but that's an interesting idea.
Ms. Barnett, and then Ms. Marati, and
Thank
then I'll
you.
put myself in the key.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. First off, Mr. Beam, I like to just second Ms. Hardy's comments there with the walk to read thing. I have a lot of concerns, and I've expressed this before, with our students outside of 3rd grade. We sat here tonight, listened to public testimony about literacy in middle school, and especially with the pandemic and what that did to our students, I'm really concerned about our reading abilities beyond 3rd grade. So I think that DEED is missing a step there. That's a story for a different day. I have a question.
May I address that a little bit?
Yes.
So yes, you're right. So while the law says K-3, our expectation is that 4th and 5th grade students will be included in that walk to intervention. So if we do have a 4th grade student who still is working on blending, they'll be working on blending for those 45 minutes that day or for those 30 minutes that day. If we have a 2nd grader who's accelerating, he or she will be beyond that and they'll be working on some stories and working on comprehension that day. So it's not, even though the law says K-3, our expectation is that there'll be a K-5. While they'll walk to intervention, it may not be K-5, there'll be 4th and 5th grade time set aside for that also.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Beam. My first question, though, will be, you made a, Ms. Matheson had asked the question, we were discussing parental involvement with this and families, and that's a huge concern of mine. But my big concern is where you said that the superintendent or the superintendent's appointee or whoever would be the one to decide if the parental units were non-responsive, if there was nothing. But my question to that would be, is that dangerous waters for us to get involved like that? I just have a little bit of concern with it. Maybe there's not. That's what first immediately jumped into my head.
So I think that there are layers to that answer. Layer number one is it's written in the law. Layer number two is that they are professionals. Now, it's important for us to understand, and I have not made this clear yet, is that the M-class data is not the determining factor on whether a kid will be moving on or will be retained. That just starts the conversation. So if a student is shown to be on the M-class below level, that starts the conversation. And then we'll have conversations with the parent to say, yes, on this one test, they're below level. However, let's not forget about their math. Let's not forget about the inter-reading grades they have. Let's not forget about socially how well they're doing, because retention is a big deal, and that's not something that we want to take lightly at all. So the M-class data starts the conversation, but it's not the factor that determines whether a student is held back or not. In the end, that's a parental decision.
Absolutely.
Even if the parent goes and they signs the waiver for those 20 hours and then they don't go do it, in the end, it's still going to be a parent's decision on whether that child moves forward or not. I also want to put out there one time, in case this is in somebody's question queue, intervention can only be done one time. That is a one-time, retention can only be done one time. That's a one-time intervention. So if a student is held back in 2nd grade, that chance is done. They will not be held back again.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bean. And then my last question is more towards our teachers and the preparation for this and getting things ready. I know this is going to kick off this year, but you also talked about they're still figuring things out this coming year. So how does that work for our teachers, and what are they supposed to, or how are they supposed to know how to handle most of this if the information from DEED is non-existent?
Yeah, I wouldn't say non-existent because I have to talk to this
That-
quite a
that-
bit.
yeah.
But like I said, every month, almost every week, every 2 weeks, something becomes more clear that they've worked on and they've clarified things. So I'm actually really happy with the way DEED has been working their way through it because they were given a law and said, make this work. And then they're trying to make it work from their end, and they tell us, here are the regulations, make this work. And then we're doing the same thing. I lost track of your question in my head. What was it?
Basically, just really, my question is, are we going to have anything in place that's really going to kind of support and help our teachers out a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. We will. Number one, we'll have those RAP plans in place. We'll have guidance for all these conversations. We'll have it on paper. Here are the things that you can be talking about with a parent. Don't forget about this data and this data and this data. We'll have PD to make sure that teachers understand all of these things. I go out and I've seen these 10 or 12 schools, and I'll go back out, or I'll go to the ones that have not heard all of this. I will have to say kudos to every teacher at every school that I went to. There was so little pushback and agitation. It's like they had really good, strong questions, just like you all did. But no one was just so angry and upset, like, how could this ever happen? They were very professional and very understanding that this is something that is put before us, and we'll make it work. And my group will support them. We will support them doing it. But they have been, every single one of those staff, just really, really receptive to what we were talking about. Good, strong questions, but I was really pleased with the way it went every single time.
Thank you for your work, Mr. Beam.
Ms. Marati, and then I'm in the queue, and then Ms. Hardy and Ms. Matheson.
I believe Ms. Moline said this, so either one of you feel free to chime in. But Ms. Curry tonight testified about our middle school, our older students. I think Ms. Moline said that primarily this is a K-3 project, but we're expanding it as K-12. So could either of you elaborate on that? And hopefully Ms. Curry's listening, and just highlight some of the things that we're doing to help our middle school students.
Yeah, absolutely. So I believe Ms. Curry actually teaches at Ryan now. She used to teach at Joy, but I think she's at Ryan. So she sees this, and she's a big part of what goes on over there also. So we are trying to expand this walk to read, walk to intervention to other middle schools. In addition, another grant that we're working on will allow us to purchase classroom materials just for a reading class. So right now, one of the things that we really need to put in place is, or rather, our reading classes for our middle school and high school students who need that extra support. We don't have that in our district right now. We're moving towards that. If we get this grant, we'll have the money to buy the materials to make that work. And then also we'll provide PD for the teachers who are doing that. Because right now, this was interesting to kind of think about, even for me as a teacher who taught high school for a long time, is that language arts teachers don't know how to teach reading. And that's not a knock on them. They've never been taught how to teach reading. The only people who really learn how to teach reading are kindergarten, first and second grade teachers. And to be honest, that's questionable because they don't always get it in their college prep time. I've spoken to many, many elementary teachers who, when the question comes up, what was your college time like? Like, how did you learn to teach reading? And a lot of them was like, well, we learned how to pick out books, or we learned how to sit in groups and read out loud. But the process of teaching reading is not something that very many teachers know how to do. Going back to what I was saying before, what that means is we're going to have to give some really good PD and find some teachers who are high school teachers, but they're willing to do that job of taking on a reading class. We've got to put in some reading classes in our middle schools and our high schools, and we're going to write some grants to make that happen. We already know which grants they're going to be. We know what's going to look like. It's just a matter of now. I think one is due June 30th, and then one is due a little bit earlier than that. We'll write those grants, and if we have good luck, we'll have those, and we can make those things work.
I am so excited to hear the word grants. I hope that everything goes well. Please keep us posted on that. Follow up to that, I don't know what walk to reading or walk to intervention
Oh, yeah.
is. Could you explain that, please?
I will. It's really interesting, and I'll tell you the place that I'm super proud of right now is Denali. Remember that's a school that was recognized, and honestly, I think it's a lot to do with their walk to read, walk to intervention. So essentially, what that means is during that 45 minutes of that day, your students, instead of being in your class, they pick up and they go to certain other small groups and they work on reading on their specific challenge with that specific teacher. So for the schools that are doing that K-5, and some schools are doing it K-5, some are doing it like K-1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5. They'll maybe break it up that way. But if they're going to do it K-5, what that means is you could have a fourth grader who really needs to work on long vowel sounds with some first graders who need to work on their long vowel sounds. And they're getting the specific intervention that they need, including and especially phonics, because that's something that most of our struggling readers, that's where their struggles began, is that there was kind of a lack of phonics, and that's what they're getting during that intervention. So what that means is if you were to walk in and you were standing in the middle of the school during, like when the bell rings for a walk to intervention, all the kids leave class, they go to a different class, and that class for the next 45 minutes or so is reading on that specific thing. And then that class is over and they go on about the rest of their day.
Okay, very quick.
Does that, currently is that 45-minute walk to intervention time, is that used for something else?
Actually, many of our schools, and I couldn't tell you about how many, but probably more than half of our elementary schools already have some form of a walk to intervention already put in their schedule.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, could I get a motion to extend?
Move to extend till 10 o'clock.
Second.
Okay, and I would suggest that as we go through, we ask our question, probably concise answer, just so we get as many as we can, and that we save a few minutes at the end for comments. So if somebody wants to extend later, but I'm going to try and keep that in mind. So my two questions are, in terms of the endorsement, how do we expect that to impact our K-3 teachers and principals, since both need it, impacting transfers, grade changes? Do they need that before they can transfer, apply for a position, or will they have 2 years?
Well, yeah, like I said, that right now we have 2 years. I haven't seen any guidance of what happens at the end of 2 years within a district. I think we would probably have to figure that out myself, and maybe Ms. LaPlante might be able to kind of add on to that part. I'm not exactly sure, like 2 years from now, if someone transfers from fourth grade into third grade, do they need that endorsement? They would, and I'm not sure if that means, well, let me back up. We're encouraging fourth and fifth graders teachers to potentially get this endorsement also, because we know that happens from time to time. But I don't know if something happens 2 years from now, I don't know that we have a lot of guidance on that. From Dean, I know we don't.
Yeah, I don't think we have any guidance, and I'd be hesitant to say what we're going to do 2 years from now in terms of transfers. So that's something that we'll definitely work out internally, with the teachers union and with our human resources department.
Okay. Yeah, and since we've gone through that in previous federal things, we need to keep that in mind. And relative to that is there's a cost. Whether if they have to go to face and travel someplace for that, if they are taking the praxis exam, they have to pay for that. Does the state, I understand, has not put any money behind it, and we have no provisions at this time.
So actually, Keys to Literacy is paid for by the state. So that is free. They
But
just have to
it's
sign up
face
for
to
it.
face.
No, that's not face to face. They're
That's
all over
what it
video.
says. Okay,
They're over video, but they're synchronous. So it's live, but over video.
okay.
And they meet every 2 or 3 weeks, or every Saturday over the summer, or however the teacher chooses in that specific cohort. The training itself is paid for by the state. If a teacher chooses to get the 3 credits, they can pay for those credits, and it's a $119, which is a great price for 3 credits. The letters training, we are paying for as a district for the teachers who are choosing to go that route. And they can also pay for the credit also. But both are actually free unless they want to pay for the credit.
Thank you. That's my 2 questions at this time. So Mrs. Hardy, Mrs. Matheson, Ms. Marati, and then myself.
So how does the RAP plan play into or play with SPED services, specifically those already identified and then those who are not identified? So like child find obligations, if we're demonstrating that they're behind at that point, how are we, MTS meetings, or like how are we playing?
Right. If a student has an IEP that talks about reading specifically, that IEP trumps the RAP plan. We won't need a RAP plan because they already have their plan. If a student has an IEP for something else, but does show a reading deficiency, they will need a RAP plan.
Follow up? Would it then be something that SPED might have them evaluated to also see if they qualify?
I think that probably really depends on the student and kind of what their scores are. Our goal for this, and I think a long-term goal from the state, and what we expect to happen is actually there'll be, like, over time, there'll be fewer SPED kids because we can hit them early on, give them the intervention they need, and then that way they're not going down that path anyway.
That
So
was the BED.
ideally, there'll be fewer kids down the road.
Yeah, response intervention, that was like the idea, less qualifying. Can I ask? Have we talked with our local university to get our pre-service elementary school teachers to have these classes as part of their regular coursework? So that
We've
they're
just barely begun those conversations, but that's a conversation that we have to definitely get into for sure. And that's honestly not just us, that's got to be a statewide thing. I think that needs to be a UA thing, not a UAF thing, because every teacher in the state is going to need that.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. So we're talking a lot about teachers and SPED and all of that good stuff. But I have a concern if a parent isn't able to commit to the 20 hours due to the lack of time, skill, language, ESL barriers. How do we support those families?
So I think there are a couple ways to kind of look at that. If a parent doesn't do those 20 hours, in the end, it's still a parent decision about what happens next. So I have a 3rd grader who struggles. I agree to the 20 hours. I can't get him to all 20 hours because of X, whatever the reason is. They only go to 6 of those hours. In the end, as a parent, it's still my decision on what happens and whether they go to 4th grade or not. So they will still decide that. Now, what that means is, keep in mind, we're still going to be giving those 4th graders the interventions that they need because they'll still be part of that walk to intervention program. So we'll still be hitting them with that extra time and that extra support.
Did you have a second question? Okay. Ms. Marati?
Thank you. You used a lot of terms that I have a lot of questions about. So you were talking about the 8th version of DIBELS and M-CLASS. So my question is, are they similar? Because I've heard that they test differently. So for example, DIBELS averages 3 tests per subject area, while M-Class only does one.
No, actually, Dibbles and M-Class are essentially the same. M-Class is the new version of Dibbles. M-Class does measure 4 or 5 things right off the top, and then they do a composite score. And that composite score will be the thing that, M-Class. So I would say, I guess the easiest way to kind of think about it is, don't worry about Dibbles, because we're not doing that. That's really old. We used to use Ames. Now that's going to be old. If we only think about M-Class, we'll be measuring phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, really basic things like that. Letter naming, sound. You put a child in front of you, point to the letter, and then they name the letter or they say the sound. It's like very simple tests like that. They take about a minute or 2 minutes to do per student.
Sorry, follow up? Just to clarify, there's no big significant difference between Dibbles and M-Class?
Dibbles and M-Class, it's like version 1 versus version 8. It's the same company. They're very similar.
Okay. And then one other question, then I'm done. We talked about this last time. I'm hoping we have an update. It sounds like we're requiring our educators to take a 3-semester course. They can test out, but if they can't or choose not to test out, they have to take a 3-semester course on their own time. And I know the course is free, but their time is incredibly valuable. So have we figured out a way to pay them for their time?
We've been having those conversations. We also have another grant that will help, and it's not paying for the time, but maybe pay for the credit. So we can help people gain those credits. And then we're also looking at part of a grant, I believe, that potentially could actually pay for some of their time too. It's hard to, well, I'll just let it sit there. But yes, we are looking into that.
I appreciate you looking into it. I know that we don't have any money, but
Right.
grants, the fact that we can look into grants, maybe that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm next, and then Sardi. Question around the M-Class, and to clarify, M-Class is going to replace Ames, but third graders will take M-Class, MAPS, and Alaska Star.
Correct.
Okay, so and parents can opt out of M-Class if they wish, because it's now a state test.
So the way it's phrased from DEED is that students are required to take M-Class and MAP. I think really what we're looking at is we are required to offer, and we would certainly encourage every student to take M-Class and MAP, because that's what helps identify how we're going to support them. So I would say that can a parent opt out? Certainly a parent can opt out of whatever they want to opt out of, but we would encourage those 2 tests specifically, because that's where we get our data, so we can help those students.
Right, okay. And then just the follow-up, the clarification is that state law says they can opt out of any state test, standardized test, so.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't, state law says that they can opt out of specifically the spring administration of the summative assessment. I don't know of any specification about the benchmarks that lead up to it, and maybe someone knows that better than I, but I'm not aware of those. I know that we can opt out of the spring test. I'm not sure about the others too, but it's going to be parental option, and I mean, in the end, it will be.
Right, okay. The science of reading, has the state given a clear definition of that? Because as you look at writings across the country and podcasts, broadcasts, et cetera, science of reading is a very generic term, and it's being interpreted in a whole variety of different ways in different states. Some are saying that under the science of reading, you cannot use this strategy. Some are saying that science of reading, really none of what we've done is good, and we have to change everything. Some are saying, oh no, we're doing a lot of the same strategies, we're just putting it under a different umbrella. We've used research-based for a long time as reference. whole language was referenced as we were doing this, and different strategies within that. So do we have a clear definition from DEED as to what science of reading actually encompasses?
Yes, I believe so. And I'm going to start in, and if we can, if the superintendent wants to add in, because she was an expert in this also. So I will say this: it's important to know that the science of reading is not a program that we hand to teachers and say, "Here, do this thing." It's not that. Science of reading is decades of research across the country from dozens of scientists who have studied the way the brain works when we're reading and how we learn and how reading is taught. And they have all come to the very kind of same conclusion over the last several decades. And really what it is kids learn to read in one distinct way. And it has to do with how their brain works and how their brain is set up. And because we know that, one of the things that they have realized is that something that most kids need, I won't say most, but that many students need is explicit, systematic teaching of phonemic awareness and phonics. That's something that is absolutely very important to kids learning how to read. So what happens quite often is, I think that the percentage is, there's probably 50 to 60% of kids who can probably be okay without it, but it doesn't hurt them to go through those exercises to learn phonics. What happens, quite honest, and I'll bet every one of you did this as a parent, is that you taught phonics to your 4-year-olds and your 3-year-olds to say, here's your letter, what's it sound like? And then when they came home, you worked on that phonemic type things and those phonics. It is a return to, like I said, explicit, systematic teaching of phonics, which some folks have kind of moved away from that over the last little bit of time, over the last actually couple of decades. And I'll ask if Ms. Malini wants to add anything to that.
No, that is the basic component of the science of reading, is that it needs to be explicit and systematic. Also, to your question, Mr. Doran, there are strategies that were used in the past that are not strategies that fit into the science of reading. So, and as a recovering reading teacher, I used some of those strategies, and so they were not effective. So yes, to one of your questions, there are actual strategies that we used to use that are not a part of a science of reading method of instruction. But the underpinning piece is what Mr. Beam said, is that it is explicit and systematic in each layer. So when you're doing vocabulary, that there is a systematic way that you're introducing vocabulary, and there is processes that we use, and some processes that we used to use are not any longer considered appropriate when we're talking about science of reading.
Just to follow up with that quickly is, does it preclude a teacher, we talk about most kids, such and such works. Many kids learn different ways and stuff. The teacher under science of reading to help a student read could use a whole variety of strategies to help them read if that was appropriate. Is that correct? Or are we precluding that?
No, I think the phrase "a whole variety" might be okay. I would say that the science of reading says kids learn to read in their brain. Studies show that kids make connections in their brain in a certain way, and those things have to be taught in that way. Does that mean that teachers aren't allowed to do other things? Absolutely, they are, for sure. And there are different ways to kind of get to that point. But as was said, is that some of the things that maybe we've learned to do in the past, maybe we might learn to do something different, just like the rest of us do in all of our jobs, is that when we know better, we do better. And that's kind of the big situation here, I think.
Thank you. I'll follow up with the written question. Ms. Hardy, and then I'm looking at time here. So
Point of, are we extended to 10 or 10:30?
we're extended to 10.
Okay, move to extend till 10:30, so we have time for board comments.
Second.
And then my question. So my understanding is M-Class will require a 6-hour class in order for teachers to and support staff to administer it. And if I'm incorrect, please correct me.
It's 6 hours for the class, not to administer it, just so we're clear on what we're saying.
To know how to administer it.
Correct,
That's
yes.
what, okay, so my understanding is correct. Other than educators pursuing this class on their own time, what is the district working on to provide this required training for educators to now administer this test during their contract day or professional development, since we're now piling one more thing?
That's set up for August 14th, which is one of our PD days. And there will be a few teachers who are like actually taking it tomorrow because they sign up for it, but 95% of the teachers will take it on that day.
Okay, I've got a question. In terms of as best we know at this time, and I know it's developing, when we're telling a parent, and I appreciated your giving verbatim paragraphs from the state, telling a parent that their child is not going to be able to maintain, perform in the next class, that's a very negative and subjective statement, because a lot of students, they process and things go in this year and then the next year, oh, it clicks. I'm particularly thinking of 5th grade readers who absolutely struggled to 6th grade. The lights started coming on in 5th grade. They were able to take off in 6th grade and internalize it. At the younger grades, similar thing. You know, we've got a developmental range. You talked about that a little bit at kindergarten, but throughout the years. How do we, have we given thought, I know the form will be done by the state, but how we deliver that message?
Yes, absolutely.
And I guess I go back to NCLB, No Child Left Behind, and basically we were to tell people that your kid is failing. This feels a little bit like that, but yet that may not be the case. And what's that message we're giving to that parent and that student? You will not make it.
Right, so we will be giving guidance to principals and teachers on what those conversations should sound like and what kind of things that they need to be bringing into that conversation. Again, it's not just the data from that one test, but many sources of data, and we'll make sure that teachers know which sources of data to use for that, and then how to have those guiding conversations so they don't come across as that super negative thing, because that's an emotional conversation for sure. So we'll provide guidance for teachers in those in that way.
Okay. And then my last question for tonight, I'll send you others, is related somewhat to the Walk to Read, which we've been doing for at least, I personally know, for over 25 to 30 years. Schools have been doing that, variations, etc. The additional time, what's our conversation as a district as to what that takes, where that gets taken out of that student? And we also include, since the standards are strong on informational reading, that part of the core reading happens in other disciplines because they're applying it, they're actually doing actual reading in terms of the standards. Where is our conversation in terms of the balance with those?
Right, so every school is going to be doing that based on what their own specific needs are, as far as how long that is, whether they make it 30 minutes a day or 45 minutes a day, or some schools will do it for like 60 minutes a day. Where that time comes from will be determined by that principal and that staff. I have given them permission, because by law we have to give this time, is that if we do less social studies or less science, because the time has to give somewhere, is that's more likely where it's going to be. However, I want us to keep in mind that our new reading materials, most of their informational text are social studies and science based. So there'll be like a little trade-off in that way.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Beam. I'm really happy to hear that because that's how my experience in 7 years of homeschooling, teaching 5 kids how to read, that the best plan was focus on reading. I think that's what most homeschoolers do, is focus on reading and use the reading materials, our social studies and science materials. So it's basically 2 things at once. And I've long thought, why doesn't middle school do that for kids who are behind in reading? So I'm really happy to hear that that's what we're doing.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Maybe one request, not immediate, but if there are special strategies that are been determined by Science of Reading not to use, or they're recommending it, I would be very interested in what they have deemed as totally inappropriate for kids.
Thank you.
And they don't understand. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Beam. That brings us down to board and chief school administrator comments and committee reports. And we'll start tonight with Colonel Surrey.
I've got nothing, thanks. I appreciate everybody's support. It's been a long night, of course. And it's been a pleasure being on the board with you all, and I'll see you around town.
Sounds good. Okay, Colonel Alvarado.
Hey, folks, it's always wonderful to be here and see your faces. I just wanted to give you guys a quick update that as far as the KC-135 coming in, the manning has been adjusted to 275, which is up about 25, 30 more people, which, you know, when sprinkled over 3 to 4 years is going to represent some level of growth, however, not catastrophic. Eielson is getting a lot more attention. Wainwright's doing a great job with their evolving their mission. There's going to be obviously more things happening, just as we talked about. We just had the Deputy Secretary of Defense in yesterday, Dr. Hicks. So we got to walk around, and obviously quality of life is a fantastic discussion going on, because the military is recognizing Eielson and recognizing Alaska as of great strategic importance. We walked around the commissary, walked around stuff. Child care are definitely issues for us, and then school quality as well. And again, I've had the pleasure of talking to, you know, quite a few folks in here, and you guys, we all know and recognize it. I expect that there's going to be, and we are very careful on our messaging, and I want to be very transparent with you folks. Just like I get to work with Mayor Ward and work with the community regarding housing and other developmental growth with our community, with Fairbanks, North Pole, we have been very careful to characterize the growth in our schools with you as collaborative and recognizing, hey, we're catching Fairbanks, North Pole in a place of growth. We need to grow with you folks. So I expect, and it's not an arm twisting, but I expect there's going to be higher level DOD and Air Force engagement at the legislature level, looking at how we can bolster our schools, not just for military kids, but for the districts themselves. I expect that this is going to be a much greater area with a military presence or expats in this area in the future, but we are talking about developmental growth. So we did drive them by the school. They have seen the facilities. We are actually going to have more visitors probably for the next 2 months, 3 months. And as we have these discussions, I'll make sure we let you guys know that they are coming. But again, please know our messaging, whether we're talking about housing or schools, is we know you folks are committed. We want to help with that. We're not going to badmouth you folks, but please understand that they're asking what is it at, and right now the resounding concern for military people coming up is, hey, we're a little concerned about schools and the facilities available to military kids. So that is a continuing discussion, and I will keep you guys posted as long as I'm around. And if you guys have questions, you have my email, you have my number, please call me. And again, I look forward, I'm happy to be part of this team, and I am happy to be part of this deliberate growth that we're all working on together. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez?
So I'm just going to say I'm very glad to be on the board. I appreciate this opportunity. So what I have to say is just over at Allison, yeah, there's a lot of issues that I've come up with. There's just the shortage of staff, just shortage of education in general. The quality of education is not very decent. I would say the teachers are trying, but it's not, I would say, proper. I don't know the exact education levels in other schools, but that's an issue I'm very adamant about. I do not have a ton of other stuff to talk about, maybe later, but I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, well, make sure you get an opportunity every meeting. So, okay, thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Doran. I want to thank everybody for their kind words about Olivia. She's awesome. But I also wanted to ask the board and the chair, I know Ms. Sanderson's not here, but I'm sure Mr. Doran, you'll pass this on to her, that I am interested in increasing the public testimony time to 3 minutes because I noted that prior to COVID, it was always 3 minutes, and we don't have an overflowing number of people who want to testify, and I feel that we would be best served to go back to 3 minutes. So I hope that that can happen sometime. And I'd like to say that contrary to popular belief, I have plenty of respect and support for every educator, and I would never trust my children to people who I don't respect. And that it is absurd to think that I would. I've spent a lot of time volunteering at schools and serving on this board to support students and educators. So that we can give them everything that we can give them. And notice that I'm saying everything we can give them, not everything they deserve. They deserve smaller class sizes. They deserve relevant professional development. They deserve to have their work product not be reduced to a NAEP score or a graduation rate. But the reality is that the board cannot negotiate with money that we don't have. I worked in Juneau and at the Assembly to secure funding for public education. Just yesterday, I received a personal message from the executive director of the Alaska Association of School Boards noting that my personal advocacy in Juneau played a significant role with legislative members. And I would like to note that I worked very hard at the Borough Assembly, not testifying publicly, but behind the scenes. And I felt like a lot of my efforts were undermined. Everyone on our board and administration fought to get as much funding as possible for our negotiations. However, we have what we have. I'm disappointed at the accusation that we did anything less than all there was to do. That is it.
Thank you. Ms. Matheson?
I would like to say ditto. I am dittoing what Ms. Smith just said. I support and respect our educators, our administrators, and our board. And I have also advocated for our district in Juneau, here locally, and exactly that. We got what we got. I also want to, so tomorrow we will be celebrating Coach Davis. He has been with our district, well, he's been a gym teacher for almost 30 years. The loss of his knowledge to our school district, I'm afraid, might be detrimental. And I am excited to celebrate him. And I hope that everyone can come out and celebrate him
tomorrow at 5 o'clock at Esther Park. I think he's one of the most wonderful, most loyal coaches here in town. He has taught me to step back because I like to be a helicopter mom. And I'm just super tickled that I get to celebrate him.
Mrs. Hardy.
To start, I'd like to echo my support of Ms. Smith's saying that we should go back to 3 minutes. Our board policy, which I spent a lot of time reading this week, actually still says 3 minutes. So I support that. And I would also like to say that I acknowledge and have seen Ms. Smith tirelessly advocate for public education funding. And I know sometimes we don't agree on everything, but we have surely agreed on that. And to the public, I know that she has, and she did do her very best on that particular front. Very big segue now, and I apologize because this is going to take a little while. I'm going to lay out a timeline, and then at the end I will explain why. On April 22nd, I sent an email to Ms. Richardson asking that the email be forwarded to the entire board. CSA Moline and Dr. Miner were also included in that email. The email stated my intent to make a motion on the May 2nd regular meeting to include the motion and attachments, or I included the motion and attachments from the emails I had received from employees about the contract matter. The email was forwarded to the entire board on April 24th. The motion was not added to the May 2nd agenda. On May 2nd, I called Jill Dolan, the borough attorney, to seek her legal advice and if I could still make the motion at that evening's meeting. She informed me that sorry, my computer is skipping. Sorry. She informed me that due to the Open Meetings Act, the motion would not be in order, but assured me that I had in fact done the proper steps to have my motion placed on the agenda and had given sufficient timely notice for this to happen. On May 2nd, I re-emailed Ms. Richardson and President Sanderson, asking them to place the motion on the May 24th meeting. I explained the OMA requirements, the time-sensitive nature of the matter, and the advice of the borough attorney that it was a legal and timely request from a board member. On May 2nd's meeting, in response to a public testimony from the people affected by these contract changes, I publicly expressed my intent to bring this motion at the next regular board meeting and explained the only reason I was not making the motion that night was due to OMA guidelines. At a lunch meeting with President Sanderson on May 12th, when asked if the motion would be on the agenda for the May 23rd meeting, I was assured that it would be. On May 19th, after checking the recently released agenda for the May 23rd meeting, I saw that my motion had once again not been added and thus properly noticed per OMA, Open Meetings Act. I immediately emailed Ms. Richardson and President Sanderson asking for the agenda to be amended to include my motion, again explaining the time-sensitive nature of the motion. Like with all other emails sent on this matter, I received no response. On May 23rd, in preparation for tonight's meeting, I have called April Trickey, the borough clerk, Jill Dolan, the borough attorney, and Timmy Tillis from the Alaska Association of School Board. All three women have assured me that I have followed the proper procedures to have this item added to the agenda, that items brought by board members that fall under the jurisdiction of the Board of Education as items the board may legally take action on and given in a timely enough manner to provide proper notice. Board Policy 272.1 states a member need only give 6 days' notice, should be added to the agenda of the next regular board meeting. It is not the superintendent nor the president's job to gatekeep the setting of the agenda, and any board member is well within their rights as an elected official to have an item that meets those aforementioned standards added to the agenda for board consideration. Given the timeline of events, I am asking that a special meeting be considered as soon as possible while giving sufficient notice for OMA to address this motion. According to Board Policy 264, a special meeting may be called by the president or on petition of a majority of the members of the board. I am asking that 3 other board members join me in making this petition tonight. While the president sets the agenda in consultation with the superintendent, that does not mean that the president has the sole deciding authority on what does and does not come before this body. As a member of this body, or any member of this body has the ability to request items that meet the aforementioned requirements to be added to the agenda. The body then has the ability to let any item fail for lack of a second or enter into debate on that item and take that action up as a body. I am also requesting that our policy work this summer, that one of the first policies we should clarify is Board Policy 272.1, so that it is abundantly clear the procedures a member should take to have an item added to the agenda with the assurances that that item will in fact be calendared.
Thank you. Ms. Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. I would like to, first off, 3-minute testimony. Yes, we need that back. I want to give a big kudos, shout out to Miss Herbie for graduation pictures. Absolutely amazing. Everybody who was involved with pictures for graduations, so cool, so top notch. They turned out amazing. Seeing our students, it was so cool. Being able to participate in graduations was really awesome. Brought me to tears multiple times. Some of the students and their speeches, just absolutely amazing. Welcome to our new school board student representative. Glad to have you. Look forward to working with you over the next year. A big hats off to our administration and our backpack giveaway. That was amazing. 50 backpacks. That's phenomenal. To those running for school board on June 6th on our calendar, we have a forum for candidates, 4 to 5:30. So anybody who's interested in running for school board, I'd really like to see you there. And then I just want to, just for my peace of mind, put some clarification out there from earlier. Once again, I just want the discussion. I think our public, I think our school board deserves to have the discussion when it comes to our sex ed materials, and I just feel that there wasn't enough of it. I just want the conversation and in honor of other board members who want conversation. I think that that's something that we can do. So I just wanted some transparency there. Other than that, thank you guys for the long meeting and for being here, and I appreciate you all. Mr. Beam, phenomenal work with READS Act and everything you've done this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marati.
Okay, buckle in. Might be a minute. I want to first support Ms. Smith's request to follow our policy and go back to allowing 3 minutes for public testimony. I also want to support Mrs. Hardy's request to also follow our policy about adding items to our board agenda, and I support Ms. Hardy's request to add the agenda item regarding the 8 contracts needing to be addressed again. I want to thank all of the board members that testified publicly about the borough's public education funding needs. Thank you to Assembly members Savannah Fletcher, David Gutenberg, Kristen Kelly, and Mindy O'Neill for supporting public education by advocating for funding that our boroughs, for funding our borough's education needs. And thank you to all the students, educators, parents, guardians, community members, everyone that raised their voices at the Assembly meetings in support of public education funding. I have spent a lot of time inside our schools over the last couple weeks, so I have a lot of gratitude to share. First, I want to thank Ms. Eilers for allowing me to spend quality time with her students at Hutchinson High School. And I want to thank Principal Taylor for helping me understand the catastrophic impacts of the board's budget decisions on Hutch's class sizes. I want to thank Ms. Galloway for allowing me and fellow board members and administrators to attend and judge West Valley High School's We the People competition. The innovative ideas that these students came up with and advocated for actually brought many of us to tears of joy. It was an honor to hear their voices and learn so much from such inspiring young students. I was privileged to accept the CEC class of 2023 and attend Effie Cochran's graduation. I was blown away by the resiliency that all of these students talked about and could not be more proud of all of them. I want to thank Randy Smith Middle School and Ms. Sarts for allowing me to speak at Randy Smith Middle School's Junior National Honor Society induction and meet the amazing middle school students that will no doubt do huge things throughout their next 5-6 years in our district. I want to talk about Fairbanks Out of the Darkness Community Walk. It's on June 3rd in honor of suicide prevention and those that we've lost. It's at 10 a.m. at Griffin Park, and I hope that those that support suicide prevention can be there and honor that. Like Ms. Burnett said, June 6th is a special meeting that the board is hosting for potential board candidates. So if you're interested in running for school board, please come. We'll be here from 4 to 5:30 p.m. in our boardroom, and I'm working with administration to hopefully get more advertising out on that. So help me spread the word, tell your friends, and come meet us. Colonel Surrey, I feel absolutely blessed to know someone who has dedicated their life to serving our country. I commend you for your commitment to our district, and I look forward to seeing you around town. The next Fairbanks North Star Borough Audit Committee meeting is June 1st at 4 p.m. And June 1st is the first day of LGBTQIA plus Pride Month. So I hope everyone will start celebrating. And thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Moline?
I have no comments tonight.
Thank you. Okay. So a couple of things that I had on my list is, one, I did want to talk about budget and advocacy, and I've watched boards over the years do a real good job on advocacy, et cetera, but I really have to say that I think this board has been outstanding. Every single board member has engaged themselves in the advocacy for public education, both locally and at the state level. It is significant. We will be looking at the budget over the next month plus, and we'll still need to make an approved budget. What we do know is that there have been some adjustments since we did the recommended. As was noted, that the local contribution was came in at $9 million less than our request, but most significantly within that was a $5.5 million reduction to current level funding. And so that was something that we definitely did not expect, and we'll have to factor in. We also have a change in what was an expected donation for covering the lease for CEC. That seems not to have worked out, so that'll be, again, it's a reduction in what we had anticipated when we did the recommended budget. What we are getting in addition funds is from the state, which will come out to be about $16 is about what it feels like, $16 million to our district of one-time funding. And so we will be watching that carefully. Advocacy has to continue because that one-time funding to education is subject to the governor's veto. And we do know that he has used that in terms of education. So it's important that we continue to advocate and get as early an answer as possible. It's unknown at this point. The best thing is what in the total state budget he's looking at and vetoing or not. So we've got some big decisions ahead of us. Some money, yes, potentially coming to us, 16 million, but we have a tremendous amount of that we have to take off. That $5.5 million immediately needs to be taken off. That even to get to our priority list, and I do appreciate that in our budget process with the administration and the board that we did identify a priority list to go towards. And the governor, once he gets the legislation, he has 20 days in which to act on it, not including Sundays. So it hasn't gone over yet, but should get there shortly. And then we have a 20-day count potentially. So looking towards possibly the end of June. So I think that's important for the public to know, as we also keep in mind the adjustments that we will need to make in our budget. I wanted to share with the board that I was requested through AASB, the Alaska Association of School Boards, to join the committee, apply to join the committee for the state on the Alaska STAR Standards Setting Validation Committee, which started today. And it's a 3-day, 8 to 5 meeting via Zoom. And so I wanted to let the board know that on Friday I got notification that I was invited to participate and had my first full day. So just they wanted to make sure that there was at least a board member perspective in the group. And there are about 50 people from around the state that are involved in it. So, and then I wanted to say a big thanks, I thought, to all our educators and our students for all the hard work throughout this year. The graduations are certainly a significant point where we celebrate so much of the achievements and the progress the students have made. And as a principal, I always felt when I gave the rehearsal for graduation or a celebration noting moving on from one school level to another, it always seemed that they grew at least a couple of inches between the afternoon and the evening, and the way they carried themselves across the stage is just so impressive, and I watched that quite a number of instances this time. And I was really impressed with a lot of the testimony we had tonight about our educators, parents, administrators, colleagues, that, you know, and students who spoke to a teacher or more who really have impacted their lives. And I think that says it a lot more than anything else I could say in just noting their appreciation for all their hard work, and wish them the good summer. I know they will be taking classes. I know they'll be prepping, going through garage sales and saying, oh, I can use that in my classroom. I know how they operate. And then finally, I want to add my voice to encouraging people who are interested in the school board. It's a great opportunity to work for students, and I always say that we have a really good situation because we have one common interest, which is students. The Assembly has a lot of different interests. The state legislature has a lot of different interests. We're fortunate in looking at our students as our commonality. And so would encourage people to be thinking if they have an interest. As I mentioned, there'll be a gathering for people who want to come. The filing period is in July, and so to watch for that, and we'll get more information out. But that's with the city clerk's office, or the borough clerk's office. And I guess I should, especially since my wife is actually out of the country, I could say that I have an intent to run for one more term. And I should make that so people know. She says I have to go to the gym if I'm going to do school board, but we'll see how that plays out. Good intent. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we are adjourned then. Thank you.